Oh yeah, you share away. I'm just gonna do my intros. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning from wherever you are, and welcome to The World's Gone Insane. Let's talk about it. I got a wonderful new person joining us on the panel. We have Vokta, another blast from the past. We
Uh,
are unofficially, officially the regathering of the old YouTube atheist community. We've had
kind of.
Christine Peace will join us soon. We've got Spud. Abby Normal joins us in the
Well, I
comments. We've had
mean,
Raven.
yeah,
Huh?
cool. I haven't talked
Yeah.
with normal like I don't know 15 years or so.
Yeah, she joins us in the comments as well. And so yeah, the how we do things here, Vogta, is we have three categories. So we have politics, film
Right?
and TV, and games.
Ah,
And politics is the meaty one, which is why I wanted you on here because I know this is your forte as well.
mm,
And yeah, and he's Danish as well. So we've got mainland Europe stuff. He can fill us in because we're Brexit now. We've disappeared from Europe. We don't know what's going on.
bye
You know,
bye.
yeah, we got rid of all you
Yeah,
waffle
we
munching
got the bridge,
socialists.
but the
Huh?
tunnel is still there. I mean, come on, you should fill it with cement and do it for real. Come on.
Farage will soon. Yeah, he'll fill it up with cement. Yeah, so that none of you garlic munching, cheese eating, waffle shagging Dutchies can cross our
Uh,
beautiful, pristine, sewage filled waters. And hello to Nerdiverse, Daniel Vance, and Rick B in the comments. Rick B is our resident buffoon. But we love him anyway because um, you know we're not an echo chamber here. We'll take any opinions
yeah,
and all of that.
those bad ones.
Yeah, we'll take even the bad ones. They might pop a few blood vessels in our brains, but we wouldn't have it any other way.
Uh,
All right. So on that note, Zam, I've put you on mute by the way because you were away at the time and your birds were chirping. So just to make you
Oh, thank
aware.
you.
No worries. All right, so we're gonna go straight into it, and I'll start off with a light one, a fun one, and I don't know why I disconnected this one. So, Spain is banning booze in tourist areas. So, under
What
a
the
new
fuck?
decree passed,
what?
yeah, yeah.
Holy
Oh my
shit.
god.
So I'll read the snippet that I have here. Under decree passed by the government of Spain's Balearic Islands, the sale of alcohol will be totally banned between 9:30 p.m. and 8:30 and 8 a.m. in
Holy,
areas of excessive tourism in Mallorca and Ibiza. In a bid to crack down on booze-fueled holidays in tourist areas, the law completely prohibits late-night sales of alcohol in Major Palma and Calvia, Magaluf in Mallorca and San Antonio in Ibiza. Authorities have also banned party boats from sailing within 1 nautical mile of any of these destinations, and the vessels are banned from picking up and disembarking passengers in these areas, reported by GRM Daily. So that
you
what do you
know,
guys thought,
I have a
folks?
comment. I have a
It's your
comment for
fault.
this because the I've been to Mallorca when I was young, and the worst drunks, the ones making the most noise and party and puking all over and fucking and whatever, were all British. I'm sorry to say.
No, it is. I mean, we're like the most despised tourists after the Chinese and the Russians.
And
You know.
I
Yeah.
saw it's only a couple of days ago I saw a video because I don't go out anymore, and obviously too fucking old to do that shit. Going out partying at night in the weekends. And but I still see, I still go out to a cafe and hang out with my friends in some places, and we see the young people, staggering around, half drunk and all that. But then I saw this video from Manchester, girls on the town in Manchester, and I was thinking, okay, it must be forbidden to have more than 100 grams of clothes on because And I mean, holy shit,
You're not
man!
allowed to wear anything more than a belt.
I was thinking, it looked like a whole strip club was out walking on the streets. And not that I don't mind. People can wear whatever the hell they want, but you will never see Danish young women walk around with that little amount of clothes on. That not gonna happen. It's not because they're Puritans or anything here, but and you see people, young women, with clothes that reveal stuff, but nothing like that. I was like,
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much like in Newcastle, which is like northeast, like really up north. It could be dead of winter and it gets Arctic cold up there because it's near the coast as well. And you'll still see women out in like just wearing a belt, basically.
A piece of clothing going from here down to just below the connie, and then a belt.
Just below. That's it. barely covering anything. Of course, as a hot-blooded male, you're never complaining when you're on a night out and you're seeing these kind of things.
Of course not.
It's but the thing is,
I'm not good.
Yeah, it's just normal. Like, and the thing is, you don't really think about it. Like the first time you see it, like, oh my god, but after that, you're just like, you get used to it.
Yeah.
It's like whatever.
As I don't see it here as much or as blatant as it is in UK, I still get a little, when I see these kind of videos, somebody posting them, and I still go like, holy shit.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, the British may have a massive class system, but we're not a fucking classy people. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, okay. That's one way.
A
couple of like you mentioned Newcastle. I remember being like in like Brighton or areas like that, and being coastal. It's windy as hell, freezing like a motherfucker, and everyone's looking like they're Marilyn Monroe underneath that fucking thing, which is blowing their skirts up because the wind is so much. It is blowing their fucking skirts up above their heads, and their skirts are fuck all anyway. You know what I mean? It's just like a little bit of fabric, covering their poo.
Under that is like a piece of cloth this size.
And all the men are fucking dressed up like they're going like to climb Mount Everest or something. So they're dressed up warm. And the women are scantily clad. But another thing regarding this law, we already have licensing laws in this country where majority of establishments that sell alcohol, they close at 11:30, so people get tanked up big time before that, and then they end up getting pissed anyway. In my opinion, our licensing law needs to be 24 hours. Yes, there will be a moment where people will be taking the piss and getting drunk all the time before things normalize out, maybe a generation or two. But I think the fact that because we have 11:30 licensing laws, people get tanked up too quickly. And now, if this happens in Spain, the Brits are very used to this. These licensing laws, they're just going to get tanked up a lot earlier during the day. They're going to be more drunk people around during the day, and on top of that, they're going to buy in bulk lots of alcohol from shops and get pissed on the fucking beaches or whatever it may be.
Yeah,
that the bars down there are open till 5 a.m.
Yeah, it's gonna. I think this law is going to be. It's going to cause the wrong effect, and this is not a Spanish law. This is a regional law in Spain, correct?
It's a regional. It's in the Balearic Islands.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think if they want to stop all this shit, just ban the Brits from coming to Spain in the first place, and then your issue will be dealt. Well, but obviously it'll fuck up their economy, so they don't want to do that. So this is the next best thing.
It will have a detrimental effect on their economy, but sometimes I think people are just so fed up with it that they'll be willing to take the hit because it can, like, sometimes your well-being kind of means more than just a bunch of boozy cunts causing havoc. But it remains to be seen how long it lasts. But you know what, Rick? So Rick put this in. I love day drinking, but this is the other thing. People's timetable for drinking will change. So like you said, so instead of going out and getting tanked up, like, right, okay, I'm going to start drinking from 4 p.m., get absolutely sloshed by 9:30, buy a load of booze, like Zam said.
Yeah,
and off license.
Yeah, it's just
it is funny to me as a Dane. We have quite liberal drinking laws here. And the thing is that when we are teenagers, all of us, more or less, like 85% of us, when we are teenagers, we drink like there's no tomorrow in the weekends. Never on weekdays and never during the daytime, only in the weekends and when we go out. And we drink till we drop. That we call it drinking ourselves into a fence, because that's the only thing keeping us upright. And but we start drinking very late in the evening. We don't go out, and like in for instance in Hungary, they go out at like 6 p.m. They eat, they get a little to drink, some red wine, beer and stuff, and then they sit there in the restaurant, which often turns into a kind of a dance thing, because when all families go, they move the tables, and then there's a dance floor, and there's a live band, orchestra, and shit. Hi, Gaz. And in Denmark, it's very different. We don't go out to eat because it's freaking expensive here. It's like, 2 days' salary for a meal, and nobody wants to use that money. We would rather drink that money up,
Yeah.
Which means that people maybe drink a couple of beers at home, eat some dinner and stuff, and they go out around 9 p.m. and then they start, how should I put it, go the rounds on the discotheques and dancing places around 10 p.m. and stay out till around 5 p.m. This is the way you go.
5 p.m. or 5 a.m.?
5 a.m. in the morning, yeah. And then there is a lot of small like pubs that open at 5 a.m. Where you can get a breakfast and coffee and a beer if you want more. And then people usually a lot of people, I did it too when I was young. We ate a hearty breakfast there, no matter how drunk we were. We knew that it's a good idea to get some salt and food into you before you go to sleep, because then the hangovers won't be so bad.
Yeah.
So that's how we
exactly.
do it. It's rather different from other places.
Yeah, it says it's also freezing in Denmark, so you don't want to go anywhere in the sun. You want to party and drink.
That's bullshit. I mean, since the global warming hit us here, we haven't had like real snow in the wintertime for the past like 30 years. This place where I live now is where I was a kid. This is where I grew up. And when I grew up here, it was cold. I mean, in January, it was like minus 10 to minus 20 degrees. And the snow was like maybe a meter high, 3-5 feet high snow. And it just laid there from sometimes for a whole month. And now I haven't seen snow lying on the ground here for more than 2 days in the last 20 years. And
yeah, I mean,
today, it's been like 24 degrees Celsius in the shade today, all day. Right now it's 19 degrees and it's dark outside. The sun has gone down and it's 19 Celsius. I had to open my balcony door because my apartment is west, and the tree that used to shade my apartment, they cut it down because it was sick. So I get the sun in and it's hot in here.
That's just going to cook your apartment all day.
It was 30 Celsius in the afternoon here, even though my...
Nope. It's frozen.
Oh, you're talking about freezing, isn't he? So...
Any issues, Voxer? Just use the link to come back in. But I mean, over here in the UK, we just, because pubs shut at 11, that's what created the binge drinking culture. Yeah, and it doesn't help that when you go to the club, the drinks are so fucking expensive that you just get tanked up out of Wetherspoons, and then you get like 1 or 2 drinks at a club to kind of keep your buzz, and.
The culture is changing, Ginge, because I saw this news article saying that people, today's young generation in this country, they're not getting wasted anymore. It's our generation that are still keeping clubs and pubs alive. Reliving our youth. Dancing to aga do and all that shit. Yeah, but it's the younger people, they're doing stuff like they're doing like pottery classes and stuff like that. That's what they're doing now. I think it's also because they've grown up watching their peers getting smashed out their faces, and they think, you know what, that's not for me. Which is why a lot of them there's more teetotal people from this this younger generation than there's ever been. It's quite incredible.
I mean, there's a few factors in that. Number one, the way people socialize completely changed in younger generations. So mine and your generation is the last kind of clubbing generation. We were the last kind of generation to go out. The people younger than us, it's a staggering 30% less drinking, smoking, and drug taking now than there is. Hello.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Hello. That's one of my friends.
Wonderful.
Mark, he's from, his genes are from the United States of America, but he's Danish.
Okay. Lovely. Okay. Welcome to the show. We're just talking about drinking culture here in the UK, how it's declined massively. But there's a lot of factors.
Sorry, Gene. Sorry. Well, in the private chat, if you look at that link, share that link. That's the YouTube link.
Yeah.
In the where it says private.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can share that link, but doesn't matter. The
more the merrier
for the conversation. Yeah. But there's like a lot of factors. I know, towards the tail end of when I was going club, there was so many restrictions coming in. Like photo IDs were needed. The age, a lot of places were putting up entry to age 25 as well, and there was just so much bullshit, basically rules for people that it's just kind of turned them away. Social media's kind of changed. People are more into fitness and looking good rather than drinking and clubbing and all this. Plus cost of living, people can't afford it. So there are a lot of factors, and the one thing our government has done brilliantly and patriotically is destroyed the very fabric that made England England. It's destroyed it in every way. We're a clubbing culture. We're a nightlife culture that love to go out, have a good time. The London night scene is dead. It's devastating. It's closing. All these venues are shutting down at record rates, and we are it's just sad to see. We kind of finished at the right time. Yeah. So Mark, what are your thoughts? Spain are bringing in laws to ban drinking in the Balearic Islands after 9 o'clock. What do you think of that?
I think it's a bit early.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfectly fine. Yeah.
I'm just using my phone, but it seems a little early to shut down the bars.
Yeah, but they don't shut down the bars. They just prohibit drinking alcohol.
Yeah, you can't drink in the bars. Yeah.
Yeah, still.
And
a little early, but
I have already said that this whole thing with them doing that is all on the British people, because when they're out, they drink like no tomorrow and party their asses off, and I can in a way I can understand the Spanish doing this, but at the same time I think it's a bit much, isn't it? I mean, prohibiting drinking in a place where you go on a vacation to get out and clubbing, it just seems like, okay, we invite you here to this country to put in a shitload of cash, but you can't party. I mean, find another place then,
Yeah, exactly. I just want to go to this comment here. Yeah, I mean, Tony Blair and his lot didn't help, but the Tories did fuck all to help it, and all the venues shutting is nothing. It's fuck all to do with Sadiq Khan, mate. It's again, it's to do with the Conservative government.
This is the whole country, not just London, mate.
It's not just London.
It's the whole country. Okay. And regarding Tony Blair, he was also New Labour was a centre-right party under his reign. So it's basically right-wing policies that have done this to this country. We have obviously been under Tory rule for a decade and a half as well. Let's not forget that, Rigby.
Yeah. And after COVID, the venues just never recovered. They never got enough help. When everything is owned by private landlords in this country and not owned by the council, the private landlords need to jack their rates up. The venues can't pay, so they have to shut. And now all these places are just getting converted. They're just going to end up getting converted into properties, and we're going to have no nightlife. And
but you're going to have a lot of closure.
British government is responsible for that. So what?
You're going to have a lot of closed shops.
Yeah.
That's what happened here. I mean, with this whole walking street thing that we have in Copenhagen, it used to be like a bookstore, a poster store, all kinds of stores, and now it's all fashion, all of it. There's
over here.
There's no special little stores where you can go and buy ceramics or whatever, art, something like that. They're all gone.
And all the stores that are selling fashion are like Chanel and all these expensive places.
That's one thing.
No one can buy a $20,000 bag. Well, some can't.
The other thing is that the rent there is so expensive for these stores that they are making zero money. Zero.
Yep.
It's a pit where it's like a black hole just throwing money in it. But it's important for them to be there to sort of like show that we have a store here also, because it's a prestige thing, Hi, Christine.
Hi, Doctor.
Awesome to see you. It's been a long time.
I know. I was telling the boys on chat earlier before we came on here that I had a visit with you, and that was for that. It was fun.
Yeah, it was. Absolutely.
Kaz, you wanted to say?
Yeah. I was going to say, like the same things happened in Manchester. Like the biggest thing for us that closed a lot of places down wasn't the COVID thing; it was the smoking ban. So it was the smoking ban because there used to be a rock club in Manchester called Jilly's that had been around since, I want to say, like the early 70s. And within, I think, 2 or 3 years, all the smoking side was gone. Because a lot of people smoked weed there. I smoked weed there. They couldn't do that on the...
Mute, Mark.
It's all right, I've muted him. He can unmute himself.
And stuff like that. But I don't blame the Spanish people for banning booze when they have, because the problem is, as much as you were saying that they put money in, they cost money because they damage property. That's costing businesses, it's costing local council probably more money than they're probably bringing in. So they're like, right, we'll try and manage this so that we can get the optimum drinking. They're probably going to go into their hotel and wear drink, where they're probably going to be more responsible than them drinking on the streets and causing us damage that we have to replace out of our own pocket.
What ban?
This is Spain. Sorry.
So Spain is going to be some to the Balearic Islands in Spain. Certain areas are going to be banning the sale of alcohol after 9:30 p.m. in like tourist hotspots, and because they're kind of just sick of the antisocial behavior, basically.
Right.
So yeah.
That's totally your fault, guys. I'm just gonna put it out there. That's the Brits. Sure.
Yeah. This whole smoking ban, we also have this here, of course, because we were following right in the footsteps of Britain when this happened before COVID and all that, and it didn't really affect the businesses here as much as it did in other places, because the Danes were already at this point kind of stopped smoking. It's only like 25% of adults and teens and young people who smoke here now. Only like 25 years ago, it was like 60%. So that number has dropped a lot. And that means that it's not a big hit for these businesses, because most of the smokers are also like 40 and up, and they don't go out anyway. So
It's the same here in the UK. I know Gaz is giving you one example, but overall it didn't have an effect on businesses in general. A lot of places survived. It's just a change in culture. Also the change of demographic in areas. So if you look at where I live, You know, there's not as many white British people as there once were.
Mm.
Those were the people that went to the pubs. You know, Johnny Foreigner doesn't go to the pubs, and most of the pubs are shutting down. It's just life. It is what it is.
We had
So there's a lot of different factors, but the main factor is it's just the cost of living. And Brexit absolutely devastated nightlife culture. The cost of everything just shot up, and then nobody wants to admit it. Nobody wants to admit Brexit has been the biggest fuck up this country has ever done.
Nobody who voted for Brexit wants to admit it. As I said
nobody
before,
that voted for it.
As I said before, all these dickheads who blame foreigners, blame everything else, you know, for why their country is so shitty, didn't realize that once they voted for Brexit, they fucked things up for this country, and they made it shitty for everybody because of the xenophobic, you know, uneducated fucking vote for something that was obviously going to ruin everything. You know, I knew very little about Brexit, but I knew enough that if people like Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson are championing it, it's the wrong fucking thing to go for, you know. And it turned out to be so, and I'm very pissed off about it. I still hold a grudge against everybody to this day. I hold a grudge against everybody who voted for Brexit, but they ruined my fucking life. You know what I mean,
The thing is, even though we stayed in the EU, and there's no real serious talk about Dexit. Danish exit. There are people here who are very much against the EU for all the wrong reasons, because in my opinion, I used to be kind of against the EU because of the bureaucracy, but it is not as bad as it used to be in a Danish viewpoint, because we have more bureaucracy than the EU have. So we kind of think, well, EU kind of makes things, you know, work fast and efficient compared to the Danish system. And at the same time, I am like, how should I put it? I'm very for this whole community thing that is EU, especially now with the war in Ukraine, because I'm thinking that if like Russia wins this, it will not be the end of it. They might pause for a couple of years, 4 or 5 years, until they build up their army and their armor and weapons, and then they will go for Poland, Latvia, Estonia, and all that, and then we will have the Third World War. So for this to happen, but it's not in EU. We have to stick together. It's the only way. We have to stick together and just pour money and weapons and whatnot into Ukraine to stop the Russians. Because, I mean, this is the old story again, like we had with the Hitler and other dictators, that a country like Germany, for instance, was a very authoritarian kind of country, people, the government, everything, and they were imperialists, just like the Russians are now. And the thing that stopped them was that we beat the living crap out of them in World War II. So much that their economy, everything just collapsed. And the only way for them to get on their feet again was for the rest of the world to help them, to give them money, to give them resources, know-how, and all that, to build up the country again. And then the country turned into one of the most democratic countries in Europe. It's Germany. It's not Denmark. It's Germany.
Yeah. But had the Marshall Plan, same as
Japan.
Exactly.
Marshall Plan.
Exactly. And now it's time for Russia. It's time for Russia to get such a beat down that when they rise again, they will be fucking normal people, because this is not just the government there that is fucked. It's the people themselves. The corruption there, the whole mindset that most of the Russians have is totally fucked. They think they are totally justified in whatever they do with Georgia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Armenia, all that. They think that this is Russia. This is Russian, the right of the Russian people.
We are the best. and we're number one.
it's
We're
like-
first.
And
They have this mentality of Ukraine belongs to us. It's just like it belongs to the Ukrainian people. They've made their decision. There might be some regions that are heavily, Russian influences, and if they hold a referendum to break away and form their own countries, that's fucking fine. But that's not the issue here. Problem with Ukraine is, and nothing against the Ukrainian people, but the problem with the Ukraine is it's the perfect puppet for both Russia and the US. And it has been the absolute biggest whipping boy in Europe. And Ukraine has essentially been spit roasted by two powers, by the United States and by Russia. And it all culminated in Putin was like, you know what? I fucking had enough of this. I'm not supporting Putin. I'm just saying this is where Russia got to. They're like, I've had enough of this shit. I've had enough of this NATO bollocks. The 1991 agreement we had when Ukraine kind of broke away and the Soviet broke away and all this kind of stuff was no NATO on our borders. The United States keep pushing NATO on our borders, and that's it. And Putin just snapped, and he went to fucking war.
That doesn't justify what he's
part
doing.
of it. That's only part of it.
That
obviously.
might be the reason he's doing it, but it doesn't justify.
It's the reason.
No, there's no justification. Fuck Putin. No.
The reason he tells the people, and they do it. That's the problem. They actually believe it because, as I see it, as a European living closer to Ukraine and coming from a country that borders to Ukraine, I see things a little bit different because the story of Ukraine during the Soviet times is also the story of my old homeland, Hungary, and Poland, and Czechoslovakia, and other countries in the Warsaw Pact. And this is just, how should I put it? Putin uses some of these arguments like that we are pushing NATO on it. And yeah, we are kind of. NATO is pushing to get Ukraine into NATO, have been doing that for quite a while. And I can understand also that the Russians don't want NATO at their borders because, well, now it's too fucking late because Finland is in NATO also. Yeah. And we are talking about there about 1,500 kilometers of border directly up to Russia that is now NATO, a NATO border. But as I see it, it is not NATO moving east. It is the east moving into NATO, because that's what happened with Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, Czechia, is that they wanted to get into the NATO umbrella to protect themselves against Russian aggression in the future. That is why they did it. And also the other reason, of course, is economy, is getting into the EU and the NATO at the same time meant that these countries are now prosperous compared to how Czechoslovakia was and Poland was during the Warsaw Pact and all the way up to around 91, 92. I mean, the difference is holy crap. Yeah. I mean, I've been to Hungary after the wall fell. Last time was in 2006 with my son. And the difference it's amazing to see the difference. The houses are being kept in better order, and the streets are being swept, and a shitload of things have gotten better except one thing, and that is the social welfare has gotten down the toilet in most of these countries due to the neo-libertarian influence from the EU.
Yes.
Which is the thing about EU.
So this is my issue with the EU. Now, when I look at the UK, obviously it benefits the UK being in the EU because its neoliberal patient zero is the UK. Okay. So it benefits from the system it is. But as a Greek, I fucking loathe the EU with every fiber of my being.
Of course.
I know what's going to happen to Ukraine once they go into the EU. They're fucked beyond fucked because austerity. The big, beautiful neoliberal project that is austerity, which is to basically strip your country of all its assets, privatize everything, destroy the welfare state, destroy the pensions, destroy your wages, and Greece, like literally is just now, as poor as it's ever been as a result of the EU, and especially fucking Germany of all countries with the Deutsche Bank, and how they bullied the government into saying, look, if you don't accept these austerity measures, we're going to destroy you. We're not only we're just going to impose so many sanctions on you that you'll never recover and your debts will triple.
The funny
so they were stuck in a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, the strange thing about Germany in this context is that Germany is the only country in EU that has working poor, where our hourly wages for some people are so low that it's actually lower than the social welfare. It's fucking unbelievable for me as a Dane to sit here and watch people here. For instance, the minimum wage is around I think it's 140 krona now an hour, which is around what is it in euros?
I think it's about £22.
Yeah, around 22 pounds, sort of there, and it's the same in euros.
Yeah, and, I'll come to you in a second, guys. Don't worry.
And the whole thing is that they have people working for 10 euros. You can't make a living in an expensive country like any country in the EU for 10 euros an hour. It's impossible. It is just impossible, because the rent, the food, the clothes, everything is freaking expensive here compared to, for instance, United States or other countries outside the EU.
Exactly. Gaz, I'll go to you.
Yeah, like, just, I mean, for example, like over here, the media does such a brilliant job of portraying the people who are on welfare, who use the social state and stuff like that, as being the bad guys, as being the people responsible for the poor. Like as somebody here who's got like 3 kids, doesn't work, could earn more money than somebody who works 5 days a week, does 8 hours a day. They could probably earn more than that, because I think the minimum wage only went up. I think it went up this year. I think you get 23, 24 grand, even if you're out of the minimum. I mean, that's more or less what I get for my job. And the thing is, there's people who get less than that, and it's ridiculous. Because like Mitt Lynch, who this country has gone out of its way to vilify, is so right about all this. He's going behind this idea of increased wealth. And the thing is, the minimum wage here should be more, about, I won't say twice as more, but give sort of 15, 16 quid.
No. The minimum wage here in the UK should be £20 minimum. It is currently £11.40, which is about 14 euros, which is not a lot. When your rent alone, especially in London, like the London living wage is between £11.40 and say £12 to £13. When your rent is £1,500 to £1,600 a month, you're fucked. Your rent is almost €2,000 a month. People can't live like that. They're starving. Plus you have council tax. Plus you have astronomical bills, astronomical travel expenses. Food in this country costs ridiculous amount. I bought one bag of shit the other day, not a literal bag of shit, one bag of food from Lidl's, and it was £54. Like when the person told me, I looked at him, I'm like, motherfucker, inflation has gone down. Why aren't your prices going down? Like I got really pissed off. It's a £54 for one bag of food.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Christine. Christine.
Okay. So I was at Tim Hortons. It's a coffee shop in Canada on Sunday, going to my mom's for Mother's Day. There's this old man and his buddy behind me in line complaining that people don't want to work. And he's complaining in earshot of people that are working for a shit amount of money.
Yeah.
And that pissed me off. So I turn around, and I'm not angry, because I know if you go at someone, they're just going to shut down. They won't listen to you. And I said, I thought like that too. That was a lie. But I said, once I had a friend bet me to do a little experiment. And I wonder if you can do this when you go home. I want you to take a calculator and say that you work 40 hours, even though you probably don't get 40 hours a week at this place. Type in the minimum wage, put in what you would get for that month. Take away your taxes. Now take away the lowest standard of living that you could find as a single person, which is a 1-bedroom shared house. So you could share a kitchen and bathroom. 500 is the best. That's a great price, by the way, for your room. Now let's say you need a car. We won't even put the cost of buying that car in. Let's just put the gas, maintenance, and insurance in. Now buy your food. Whoa, you're out of money. So now you don't have a phone to contact work. If you need medication, it's not covered here. You have to pay out of pocket, plus $14 just to fill each medication. So say you've just one ailment. So you're not going to cover it. So people aren't motivated to work, sir. They can't work because they can't live. Now look at the people that run this business. They're making billions of dollars. They can afford a second and third mega yachts. They wouldn't be out here buying these yachts if it weren't for the labor force. They're owed a certain amount of money for the time they put in so that CEO can have that money. And that amount of money is bare minimum a living wage, sir. And he's all like, young people today.
Communist.
Yeah.
The thing is, Denmark has been like a beacon for the world in equality, good living, happiness, satisfaction, and all that shit. Since 2001, where Anders Fogh Rasmussen, who was later the Secretary General for NATO, since he was the Prime Minister in 2001 and up till today, we have been screwed over. It has been like all the rents on newer houses and house prices and shit has gone through the fucking roof. I don't even want to go there, how expensive it has gotten. I am lucky. I live in a place where rent is very cheap, and there are laws preventing them to put anything on top of that, except for maybe a 2 or 3% raise every year.
Oh my God, you have rent control there.
It was expensive.
A dream, yeah.
It was expensive when I visited.
Yeah. The thing is that my son, for instance, he's a school teacher. And he doesn't have any debt. And he earns a pretty decent living, money-wise. It's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad at all. And he just had to move out from his girlfriend, who is fucking insane. I won't get into that. And had to get himself a new apartment fast. And the only thing he can get is a brand new apartment where he will be the first occupant. And the rent is 9,100 kroner a month.
Jesus Christ! Let me see what that is.
And that is not even a big apartment. It's
that's 2,500 Canadian.
I don't.
1,000 pounds a month.
Yeah, it's 1,200 euros a month.
Yeah.
Just for the
25 Canadian.
On top of that, there's like 1,000 kroner for heating and water.
Fucking hell.
On top of that.
As Ted Fellis decided to move to Denmark or something.
So and
the thing is that this had not been. It would not have been like this if it hadn't been for the last 23 years of neolibertarian economic and social policies from the governments we had. Even the one we have right now, which is supposed to be social democratic. In the old times, the social democrats were the ones fighting for better pay, more freedom, weekends, vacations, and all
maternity leave.
And now they are on the side of the rich people. The government right now is social democratic, and a party called Venstre, which means left, but they're not left. They are neolibertarians, and the conservatives. That is the government right now. It would
So
have
they're
been,
all the same, basically. It's just having a government of the same people
Yeah.
economically.
and I mean, 25 years ago, it would have been unthinkable for the Social Democrats to be in coalition with these two parties. It had been so unthinkable that they would rather have committed political suicide than working with these assholes that they're now working with, and they are the best friends right now, and have been for the last 20 years.
And it's
That
absurd.
means everything is going downhill here. The social
Yeah.
welfare is going downhill. The pensions are going downhill. Everything is going downhill. For instance, the social welfare I'm on, it is raised every year with 0.65%, and has
Fuck
been
is
for the
that?
last 30 years. The inflation
Compared to
here is 2.5% and 3% a year. On top of that, we had this hyperinflation during COVID, where the inflation here went up to 18% for a whole year. And before even before that, the food prices started going up due to, I don't know, whatever, some rich people were hoarding food all over the place, wheat and corn and stuff like that, and the prices just went sky high. And the price hasn't gone down yet. I mean,
Oh, what a fucking surprise. Yeah.
a packet of pate, for instance, like this side pate, just 8 years ago, it cost 9 kroner. Now it's 29 kroner.
Fuck.
You know.
4 times the price.
That's
Oh.
ridiculous.
And the
Let
whole,
me go to
the
Gaz,
whole
because
excuse
Gaz
with-
had his hand up. Sorry,
Oh,
one
sorry.
second. Gaz?
Yeah, like I mean, the thing is that there should be like laws in place, especially for governments, that you can only charge a certain price for your food. Unfortunately, because we live in this free market bullshit thing,
Mm.
we live in, we have to put up with it. It's like, no, there should be literal laws that they put in place, because they do it for everything else. They do it for framing what times we can drink, what times we can be going out to, what times things have to close, all that sort of stuff. You're telling me that they can't go to Tesco's or whatever shop it is in Denmark and say, this is how much you have to charge for this.
Yeah, it used to be, we used to have these laws in place. Before 2001, there were rent laws they were very harsh against landlords. The rent laws were like, if it costs you this amount of money to buy to build a housing complex, each apartment's square feet can cost this a month. You can get like a 10 or 15% profit, but that's the top.
Yeah.
Now, when you build a new housing complex, the profit is like 40-50%.
Jesus.
Christ.
This is
Yeah, it's the same
I mean,
here.
country like mine, where everything already is expensive and were expensive before these laws were butchered. I mean, holy crap. They just built a new housing complex not very far from here. People started moving in a couple of years back, and a studio apartment that doesn't even have a real kitchen. It has like 2 plates you can cook on, and it's like square meters, maybe 25 square meters, 11,000 Danish kroner a month.
God.
Dude,
Are you
And
sure this isn't London?
Because it's 8 kilometers from the center of Copenhagen. That's why the rent is so high. But if you look at what the building costs to build, and if you say like the loan they took on this building is a 40-year loan and should be paid back in 40 years, then to make that 10-15%, the rent should be maybe 5,500, not 11,000.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and
it's
this is
ridiculous.
what is wrong with the whole, how should I put
Yeah,
it?
it's
The
the
whole
same everywhere, unfortunately.
yeah, and it's not just the housing rents; it's everything.
Yeah. So I just want to go to some comments here. The harsher you are on landlords, the more they leave the sector, and that raises the rent.
Shit.
That's what's happening in the UK now. Good, let them leave. Fuck them. The councils are now like dilly dallying whether to buy back the properties and bring back
Today.
social housing. Yeah, fuck the landlords. No offense, Rick. Fuck you too.
Landlords are nothing but people who have an income without doing shit.
Parasites. Yeah, you're different, Christine. You're a lodger. You're lodging. Like I've always said, and you keep taking it to heart. If you've got rooms within your own house and you want to rent those out, I don't give a shit. That's your house.
I'm fucking with you. I know
Oh,
you know that
all
I
right,
charge
just checking.
I charge just enough so that the house is maintained.
Yeah, that's fine.
Everyone knows I
If you
charge
buy
the
all the other
lowest.
properties up.
You're not getting.
I'm just fucking
Nothing.
around.
Yeah,
I know.
like this country is run by landlords. Like the country is literally run by landlords. There is
Yeah.
so much.
It's getting to be the same here.
Yeah, they just run by landlords. So they cut all regulations, all bullshit, and it's just we have the worst housing crisis among the worst in the world.
Go
Like
fuck.
my borough where I live is one of the worst in the whole of the country. It's just ridiculous. No, cat, go away. No. You've had plenty of attention.
Right.
Yeah, fucking cat. She's got biscuits there and everything. She just wants attention. I'm your lord. You're my bitch.
I will cut the hairs out of my ass and send it to you in an envelope. That's the kind of respect you'll get from me.
Glorious. Right. On that note, Zam, what have you got for us today?
Regarding TikTok.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay. Okay. Well, first of all, we got to do a little intro, don't we?
Oh yeah.
Where the hell is it? Here we go.
Sam's TikTok treasures.
All right.
Like
well,
that, Vodka? We got plenty of those segues.
Various thing. I think
That was fun.
one of the things that I want to talk about, and I want to get onto this after I've done some of my TikToks, is Hunter Bukta.
Oh, this guy. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is
Harrison
Tizzy.
Butler.
Is it? Oh, sorry, Harrison Bukta. I apologize. All these fucking stupid American names. Yeah, I mean, all Americans. They have these fucking first names that should be
I've got that,
surnames.
Vance.
Harrison and Hunter and shit like that. No, these are not fucking first names. These are surnames. Who the fuck calls themselves Harrison? Such a stupid name. I know
He
he
did call
did a
himself
joke.
his parents.
You know, I know you can, but it's just a stupid fucking Harrison. It's a surname. It's the whole point is the son part is because he's supposed to be associated with who you're related to, and now they make it a first
Hey,
name. You fucking
blame the
cunt.
Scandinavians. Blame the Danish for those stupid names.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, go on.
Christine.
All right, Zam, this is for you. I've renamed him to Harassment Cunter.
Nice.
I think that's better.
Nice. Very Zam.
All right, check out Tizzy. One of the best guys on TikTok right now,
this
and this guy's class. Look at the work he's done here.
The Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker is
Can you hear that?
Bit low.
I kind of love this bearded guy.
Why is it not?
Yeah.
There should be
I've
sound.
done some work too.
Oh
so
no,
I
I got it.
have some notes on him.
Oh, lovely. Okay, awesome,
Sorry,
Christine.
One could say that Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker is receiving some backlash over the comments he made during that commencement speech. Even the NFL issued a statement saying, like, he did this on his personal time, does not reflect our views. They don't seem to be very thrilled about the press that this is receiving. But I don't think he cares about backlash. I think it plays into the whole martyrdom thing. And he's just going to be like, I'm being persecuted for my belief. I don't think he cares about backlash. But there are other things that may come out as a result of this that maybe he will care about.
Not the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it.
Didn't you hook up with that male cheerleader at Georgia Tech in college?
That doesn't seem to be a one-off. This comment on Threads. Curious if you're still hooking up with men on the DL or if that was just a college thing for you, because people are talking. And I'm sure they are. Many people are talking about his Instagram because he likes to arrive at each game dressed very, very well. And then he likes to show off how well he dressed on his Instagram. And like I said yesterday, it doesn't even matter if he is or isn't gay. He was definitely dressed by gay men. Now, I don't care if he's gay or not, but he certainly wouldn't be the first closeted gay man who kind of overcompensated by throwing himself into religious dogma and, you know, had the wife and the kids and was harmful to the community. But here's the thing: when you're a hypocrite and you become harmful, maybe some people who know your secrets are less inclined to keep them. Speaking of hypocrisy, he stood on that stage and told women that they've been sold a diabolical lie about having careers and being professionals. And he knows they really want to be homemakers and just have babies. And he said all this.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, his mother is a very renowned medical physicist. She has a very illustrious career. And he had a very comfortable upbringing between the income that she made and his financial services father made. And yet he has the nerve to stand up there and be like, don't go pursuing your dreams of a professional career. What you really want to do is just stay at home and have babies and make sandwiches. While his mom is still a very respected working professional. One could say that Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker is receiving.
So this guy who looks like a cross between Olivier Giroud and Chris Evans, who's not remotely like either of those guys, is obviously your stereotypical right-wing religious hypocrite who pretty much benefited in his life from having a mum who was a therapist, a physicist to be more precise, who helped him get the career that he is now, flourishing from. And then he wants to now say, fuck you to all the other women out there to garnish a career for themselves and so that they belong in the kitchen, as well as obviously shitting on gay people. Because if you saw that speech he gave, there was an undercurrent of homophobia in it. And yet this guy, obviously, in my opinion, is more bent than Yuri Gillespie. I said that before, and he has been caught apparently with a male cheerleader. And there is an article I want to quickly read to you saying that when addressing graduating class, Butker brought up the APT. Sorry, where's the actual? Here it is. TikTok claim Harrison Butker got with a male cheerleader. Didn't you hook up with that male cheerleader at Georgia Tech in college? The individual claim following the clip of Butker's speech. The video received over 514,000 likes and nearly 9,000 comments. I'm giggling and kicking my feet at the information. Yes, girl, one user said. Another commented, I can't wait for someone to out Harrison Butker. Oh, we're getting so messy, another user wrote. It's always the deep in the closet repressed ones with the phobia, another claimed. There's gasp, I just gasped. This is why I love TikTok, one user wrote. To be clear, Harrison Butker has not commented on whether he is part of the LGBT community or he's definitely not, regardless of him maybe being in the closet. He's definitely not part of the community. But there's no doubt that this guy is a hypocrite, he's full of shit, and he deserves every bit of hate that he gets. Yes, guys.
No.
I put my hand
I'm sorry. I didn't see.
I put my hand up.
I didn't see. I apologize.
No, I'm sorry, guys. I'm the woman
that's okay,
here.
Chris.
I'm the
All right,
woman
Chris,
here.
go.
I'm gonna fucking talk about this shit.
Yeah, guys.
Sorry. So Harass Cunter. I watched a couple of video interviews of him today because I had no idea who this asshole was before he opened his mouth and let shit fall out. So I did some research and I looked into his coming to Christ moments, as and he goes on about, he was brought up sort of religious, but he went to college and he started to party. But then he met this really cool guy. Wonder if it's the same guy. But he was outgoing and funny and he was so much fun. And he started asking him all sorts of deep questions like, does God exist? So I guess that must be a deep question to someone as stupid as Harris. But
it was deep in his ass, yeah.
Yeah. So his new friend convinces him to go to this Catholic church and he gets in real thick with this priest, right? And this priest convinces him, it's always, to come into the fold. And he's not only drank the Kool-Aid, but he is now drinking it in Latin. He's all for Latin, the sermons being in Latin. And I think that's perfect for this guy because even if he had a smidge of intelligence and he heard this shit they spew in English, he might have some questions. Like he doesn't get the fact that it's done in Latin a lot of the time. Yeah, it was started because it was, Latin was the beginning, but it was kept in Latin year after century because it kept people in the dark about the truth. And that's what's going on here with him. He's so in the closet in several ways. So he has the hubris during one of his interviews that he just doesn't want to be saint-like. He wants to be a saint. Like, he said those words, not saint-like. He wants to be a saint. Like,
Almost as if he's a narcissist.
oh,
Yeah, it's like Trump saying, "I want to be a dictator for a day."
Oh yeah, and he's all about families, right? I also looked into him. He's against IVF. So every woman's supposed to have children, but if you can't have children, but you want children, you can't have IVF. So, like, get your story straight. Someone said to me, can someone, explain this to him so he understands it? And I basically said, it's like asking a rock to understand physics. It's just not going to happen. Not in this man's lifetime.
Yeah.
By the way, Harass Cunter, as a woman, I never wanted to have kids. I wanted to have and had a career, enjoyed it, loved it, had a fulfilling life.
Nice.
Okay, Gaz, I'll go to you because you had your hand here.
Okay, so I do know who this guy is because I'm an NFL fan. So he's caused a complete shitstorm for the NFL, and I will be very shocked if he doesn't get a five game ban for that. It probably closer to 3. Probably 3.
He won't get banned, dude.
Oh,
He won't get banned.
It's the First Amendment right, man. He won't get banned.
But like the NFL has a Pride Month. And by the way, they're accepting of all beliefs and whatever, but they're very staunch on the fact that they do not like any kind of bigotry being promoted because it makes them look bad. So anything that damages the shield, they're against. I mean, we won't go into the hypocrisy around women, violence against women that the NFL does a lot, but we won't go into that. We'll go into the fact that this will. I'm guarantee you now, he's going to get at least 2 game back. He's at least going to get that. And the thing is, the guy's a complete clown. I mean, the thing is, it's like because he's a kicker for a start, so they're barely seen as football players anyway. And the thing is that, like, who thought it was a good idea to let this guy, who's obviously got 2 brain cells to rub together, to do a commencement speech at a major university? I mean,
Isn't it a Christian university anyway?
Yeah, so dumb.
Catholic or Christian university, yeah.
Yeah, Christine.
So here comes the screamers on the right. They're going to cancel him. Cancel culture. And my answer to them is, he has the freedom of speech to say whatever he wants. And I have the freedom to rebut his stupidity. Not only that, as a supporter of at least some of capitalism, the NFL is a private company. And if they think it's in their best interest to hire or fire people, they can do that. So eat it.
Yeah, if that happened, that's totally fine. Yeah.
I don't think it should because, okay, his views are abhorrent, but it's freedom of speech, and and his fucking jersey went through the roof after that fucking speech.
The funny thing that
sorry, 1 second, Boxer. If you punish him, you're just going to turn him into a martyr. The best thing to do is just let it slide. He's a fucking nobody, and let the truth come out, because the truth eventually does come out about these people, and then you bite.
Yeah,
but until then, take no action. Yeah, take no action. Say nothing. Do nothing. Because what you don't want is to give, because Christians fucking love being the victims. They love martyrdom. They love it. They this is what they live for. They want to be like their Lord and Savior. They want to be the victim. So for me, I say just let them carry on.
Yeah, whatever. The thing is with this whole free speech thing is that all of my Facebook accounts, I had the one I'm on now is my 5th Facebook account because all the others have been canceled because of fascists not liking me using my freedom of speech. That's it. The same thing happened with my Voctor 2100 channel. That was just not the Christians or the right-wingers. That was these radical communist feminists, I think it was. This whole, I can't remember, she was called Nuclear or something.
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, and she ganged up with some people on YouTube on Skype, and they started false flagging my channel, and it went into oblivion.
Nuclear Night.
For that.
Nuclear Night. That's it. Christine.
Yeah, Nuclear
No
Night.
one, Voctor, no one hates that type of self-identifying feminist more than a true feminist.
Mm.
What I mean by feminist is the equality under law, and justice. I'm not saying that men and women are the same. That's not necessary for the theory of being paid equally.
Of course
And
not.
in fact, not all men are the same. It's not the point of feminism. I don't claim that we are the same. I'm saying we're equal, and all I want is justice under the law for that. And then we have these fantastically warped people that start spouting these strange ideas and then saying, I'm a feminist and that's why. And it so upsets me because then I paint it with that same brush.
Mm.
Also, on that, Christina, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the biggest culprits in this are the fucking TERFs.
Yeah.
The
Holy shit.
The ones that claim to be a feminist, but they're attacking literally anyone that doesn't agree with them. Sorry, Victor, you were saying something.
I was just saying, J.K. Rowling, go fuck yourself.
Regarding freedom of speech, don't you know, Vog, that it's only for right wingers who want to sprout their shit? It's only for KKK members and neo Nazis to go around America and have police escorts, to say the Jews won't replace them and shit like that. When it's for lefties, no, we're not allowed to have freedom of speech. It's not for us. It's only for the right wingers.
Right now, you can see this whole Gaza thing exploding in the United States.
Exactly. And they shut down by the police. They're being shut down by the police.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
one at a time, because you guys, when you talk over each other, it's hard to.
And regarding these comments, regarding these TikToks, let's not try to take too long on them. The next one is the portal that happened in New York and Ireland, in America. I don't know where in Ireland the portal was,
Dublin.
but in Dublin, fair enough. Now, the thing is, in my opinion, why they removed this is not because of some of the funny, bizarre scenes from the Irish when it came to what they were showing the Americans. I think they removed it because I think the Irish were going to take the piss out of American exceptionalism. But regardless of that, let's check out this clip.
Have the Irish gone too far here? This portal connects New York and Ireland. They're having a little bit of banter. They can't speak, but they can see each other, dance-offs, funny moves, bit of fun. But the Irish decided our dark humour is up here and we're taking it up and up. And yes, on the first day, there was literally people arrested after a few hours. But again, the Irish thought, no, this isn't quite good enough. What can we do to make this stand out that bit more?
I know
everyone is laughing, they're joking, just, communicating between back and forth. And some random person decides to just, throw this up there like it's jokes. Now, the rest of the world are probably thinking, comical. I'm sure the Americans are not. Do they have a sense of humor? I'm not quite sure. Is this acceptable? I mean, dark humor is like 2 seconds after any bad event, there's always a joke. 20 years later, is this good? The Irish side don't seem to be reacting much. Obviously, they have the Irish.
All right. So, I'm sorry. I know a lot of people won't find that funny. I'm sorry. I found it funny because it's taking the piss out of Americans, and there's nothing more better than to take the piss out of fucking Americans. And I'm really sorry. I found it funny. I couldn't help myself. I tried not to laugh. I was holding it in, but I screamed. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. All right. I'll go to you then, Gaz, then Christine, and
I remember the shuttle Columbia going boom. And on the same day in the evening here in Denmark, there came a joke. What does NASA stand for?
Need another 7
astronauts. It was like an hour after the explosion.
Man, the humans
that was after Columbia. That was after Columbia that joke came out. Yeah.
Gaz,
what do you expect? I mean, you got to Ireland. Ireland are famous for their dark humour. That's what you got to get. Sorry.
We would do it too, Gaz. The Brits would have done that. No different. I guarantee it. The reason why I found that funny is because that humor was just as British as it was Irish. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Walter.
the whole thing with this humor in like when there's a disaster or a catastrophe and shit like that, when shit goes down and really hits the fan, the dark humor here in Denmark is beyond. It's like, yeah, well, we are almost always the first ones to do things like need another 7 astronauts and shit like that. And it's just here, it's just the humor. And I mean, one of the things that I remember, I had a lot of jobs in my life, and I've been working with people from all over the world, like Iranian people, people from Hungary, Greece, you name it. And the one thing they all have in common when they come and work here in Denmark is that they get offended in our workplaces because we Danes, we say shit to each other all the time. It's like, you know, when somebody is carrying something heavy and he drops it, nobody helps him at the first. We just look at him and point and say, it's there. It's there on the ground. You know, shit like that. And we do it all the time in the workplaces. And people, and we also use irony and sarcasm, especially sarcasm in the way we talk to each other, especially in the workplaces. We don't do it as much when we are together with friends, but in workplaces, I mean, the second language in a workplace is sarcasm and irony. And we use it so much that people who come here and work, they are like, yeah, well, they are offended. And because the countries they come
don't
from,
understand it, that's why, yeah.
And we here, we offend each other all the time. It's kind of a Danish thing, you know. If we don't offend at least one person a day, we will commit suicide.
So British sense of humor basically derives from the Scandinavian and the French sense of humor. It's the same thing. It's so. Well, I was talking to people in like Norway and Sweden and things like that, and they all just said the same. And I'm like, yes, same in England. Just camaraderie, laugh, take the piss out your mates.
Exactly.
But all in good fun. Christine, you had your hand up.
Thanks, guys. I was in the Army for over a decade, almost 2 decades. I was the epitome of dark humor. And not only dark humor, I mean aggressive behavior towards your coworkers. So bad that you'd almost fight them, but later in the night you could have a beer with them. So I'm not some snowflake here when I say I don't like this joke, because there's a difference between, in my opinion, and I would never stop someone from making this joke or saying that they can't make this joke, but I'm going to have an opinion on it. It's not in good taste. And you can still have dark humor. You can make rape jokes, in my opinion, but it's how you do these jokes. It's an art, and I don't think that was very artful. I just think that was very hurtful, and
it was too, how should I put it, primitive and blunt to be a joke.
Yeah,
because when you do jokes like that, it's all about context. It's all about the situation you're in, and right there, not the best place to do a thing like that.
Yeah, because that was about love and sharing and connecting, right?
At the same time, I giggled a little, but that's more because I was surprised that somebody could do that.
Likewise.
You know, I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, it's more the shock, the laughter of shock. So
a couple of things. I personally would not make that type of joke, but somebody did, and yes, I laughed, you know, and according to South Park, the 22.3-year rule, 9/11 will officially be funny on the 29th of December 2023 at 10 past 11 p.m. Here's the math.
That was a funny joke about 9/11.
Yeah, exactly.
But the point, but look, you mentioned like, you know, style and like, I mean, here's a portal between two countries, and some guy just stuck up the phone right by the camera and showed a picture of 9/11. I mean, that is as bizarre and as distasteful as it is. It's like it's very unique at the same time, which is why I laughed at it all because of the scenario behind
Yeah,
it.
it's
You know what I mean?
it's like there's a difference between laughing at ha fuck you America and ha Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I can see
went
where they
down
were
that road.
going. I can see where they were going with it. I just think maybe that subject matter wasn't the right, take a piss out of Americans. I do it all the time. Maybe not.
I
taking
liked
the
America's
piss with
response
that.
because I agree, but I like the American response when the OnlyFans model flashed their tits. I was like, yes, that's more like it. And it was after that they're like, okay, we're shutting shit down.
Oh,
So,
that must be like, what is it, 15 years ago or something? Boobquake. Anybody remember Boobquake?
Yes.
No?
Where some
There was this Muslim leader thing, priest, asshole, Khomeini kind of thing, who said that earthquakes was the women's breasts moving in their blouses was the cause of earthquakes. And then everybody just started
I remember that, yeah.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
And bearing of breasts, like breastfeeding and anything to do with boobs. It was everything. How they moved, if you exposed them even for breastfeeding, it was all boobs' fault.
Yeah. I remember this old meme with the woman who is sitting in a cafe breastfeeding her child, and the meme says she was told to cover herself, so she put a blanket over her head. That was fucking hilarious.
A similar meme is when a guy approaches the same kind of situation and says, why don't you go feed your son in the bathroom? And the woman shoots back, why don't you go eat your dinner in the bathroom?
Yeah, exactly. Asshole.
Okay, on to the next one now.
To the next one.
On to the next one, and it's time for some
stupid American cunt.
Okay.
I have one for this. Elon Musk.
Oh, we have an Elon
Don't
Musk
worry,
as well.
don't worry. We have an Elon Musk segment as well.
Now, listen,
he's not American.
Yeah, well, he's an American citizen now, but regardless, that's potatoes. I want to check on this one. Look, I didn't want to have to show you the clip this particular way, but watch it till the end, and then you'll know why it's stupid American cunts. Let's go.
Okay.
We can't see it. Damn, we can't see it.
Professionalism on this channel.
What the hell?
Fucking useless trick.
I'm sorry. Okay, like I said, this
Well,
dude. Yeah, I'm sorry.
yeah.
That we have to go. We have to do it with this dude. But regardless, it's the only way I can find this clip. I'm gonna find it elsewhere.
Okay.
But you have to watch it till the end. Okay.
What
All right,
is
mate.
going on here?
Trying an oyster for the first time.
You will not like it. Try nuggets instead.
So I have a towel and this oyster shucker, so I hopefully don't hurt myself.
Amacho, the TikTok girl that ate 48 oysters on a date did not use any equipment.
You're supposed to just go in the back end here.
That's what she said. That's what she also said. All right, lady, that's enough. It's just oyster, not my meat.
I'm an oyster shucker.
Why are you making that face? Don't back up now. Do it.
That is what we're working with. I've got some lemon and a bottle of Tabasco. Squirt the lemon in, Tabasco. Cheers.
Oh, no, she didn't. Oh, no, she didn't.
That is, without a doubt, a stupid American cunt, and they deserve to be.
That's got to be fake, though. That's
got to be fake.
Oh my God.
That's fantastic.
That might have been fake, but you know it's happened.
Oh
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah. It's the whole. We have this thing here in Denmark with American manuals for things, no matter what it is, and they are always like this thick. In the minor details, everything. It's like I remember I bought a board game some 30 years ago that I loved to death. Squad Leader, Advanced Squad Leader, fantastic game. and we were playing it a lot. And the rule book for that was this big and this thick. And I mean, there was a shitload of information in it that you could just have cut out and not put in at all. And I see it still. I'm a biker, and I watch a lot of videos about biking, about restoring bikes, about how to change oil, how to do all kinds of things on bikes. And I work on several of my mates' bikes now and repair them and do shit on them. And one of the things I hate the most when I'm looking for a video about how to do a certain thing on a motorcycle is that when I find it, and it's an American video, it's 40 minutes long, and he uses the first 10 minutes to talk about, I don't know, how his dick hairs are cross and all kinds of shit that has nothing to do with the bike before he gets to the point. I have made these kind of videos for some of my biker friends where showing them how to do a certain kind of service or thing on my bike. And what I do is that I sit down and then I think, step 1, do this, step 2, step 3, step 4. And I say, this is how you change oil on this motorcycle. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Bye-bye.
Your
Yeah, no life story,
your opening
no
should
recipes.
be, hi, my name's Wagner. I'm going to show you how to change oil. Let's begin.
And the end. And I had this problem with my current bike that I had to pull out the air box in it. And it turns out that the Japanese engineer who designed my motorcycle back in 1986, if he's still alive today, I want to place his head down on the floor and beat his teeth in with a hammer. Because I have to take apart at least 15% of my motorcycle to get into one bolt that is in the way for me to take out this thing that I need to repair.
Mate, you know what? I have a Honda Jazz, and to change the light bulb on a Honda Jazz, you have to take the whole front bumper off.
Oh God!
And then pull the whole light unit out to change the light bulb. It's ridiculous. I don't know who designed that.
Yeah, it's like I had this old Fiat Punto from 2000, and I needed to change the front lights on it. And the right light, no problem. I opened the hood. I could take off 2 screws and pull out all the wires and put the screws, put the whole thing in together. And it took like 15 minutes. Then I came to the left light, and I had to take off not only the bumper in the front, but the fender on the side.
Yep.
And a plastic cover that was inside the wheel. What's it called?
Yeah, the wheel arch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
Same
it
fucking shit with the Honda.
Just to change the whole light, the whole fixture, it took 3 hours.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I mean, who the fuck? And I mean, these engineers sometimes. I watched. There is this old dude who makes. He's a mechanic, and he makes videos about ridiculous engineering shit on cars. And one of the things he hates is BMWs. And he showed how on a BMW, this model that he had into repair, the oil changed with the bolt you have to take out to change the oil on it is placed behind the cooler. There is this much space.
That's ridiculous.
You can't even get a ratchet in. You have to take off the whole grill and the whole front and the lights and the hood to get into the screw to change the oil on the car.
Which is one of the main things you do for maintenance on a car.
Yeah.
You do it more. You do that more than most things. Is an oil change, right?
Exactly. You do it even
Gas,
more than changing.
oil.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. On to the next.
That's ridiculous. All right, Zan,
Wait,
on to
wait,
the
wait.
next one.
took our jibs. One more quick thing. Remember when we went out on that motorcycle ride when I was visiting? You took me to these. I think you said there was ancient people buried under those mounds.
Yeah,
What were
exactly, yeah.
those?
Yeah, it's a Bronze Age burial ground that was actually started back in the Stone Age about 5,500 years ago. And in the Bronze Age, they kept on burying people in that mound. And it's my meditation place. It's like 20 minutes drive from here. And I go out there in the summertime a lot to relax. I lie on top of it. There's a view. I can see the towers in Copenhagen. I can see the towers in Roskilde because it's right between those two towns. I can see like things 50 kilometers away. And it's a quiet place.
It was quite beautiful and quiet until that couple came by to have some afternoon delight.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Okay,
All right,
guys,
guys.
let's try and run through these a bit quicker. Yeah.
They took our jibs!
They took your job! They took your job! They took your job!
Now, I like making fun of Trump supporters as well as Rick B. And this is a good little segment here.
Oh, I love that guy.
Rabbit hole to talk to 4 prominent QAnon researchers,
Too low.
including one who has
I can't get it any higher.
140,000 YouTube subscribers and millions of views.
It's on full everywhere, I'm afraid.
QAnon is basically a shadow civil war between rogue intelligence agencies and good guys, for lack of a better term.
Do we all agree on this? This exists.
QAnon 100%.
100%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
100%. Q's a guy that's on the internet.
Not a guy.
Not a guy.
It's a group. The people that have the full scope of the picture is less than 10. We shouldn't be who is Q. It's more of what is it.
He says that because what's about to be revealed is that QAnon is actually JFK Jr. So JFK Jr. is alive, and he brought the plan to Donald pre-1999.
Is Q more powerful than Trump?
Trump is a part of the Q team, so he's
just part of the team.
Yeah, he's actually posted at least once or twice. At least twice, and he's signed it.
Know that.
Well, we do know that because he's when it's signed as 4/10/20, that's Donald J. Trump. You put
Can you
it on
stop
N
this?
numerology.
My brain is hurting.
There was a tweet where
No, he's gonna get- sorry, you're gonna have to endure the pain.
Regular grammar, but he has the word roaring, the word great, and the word reviews all in caps. Look up the numerology behind those words, and it comes out to the number 17.
What does the number 17 mean?
Q.
That just means Q.
It's the 17th letter of the alphabet.
Well, this is a lot more simple than I thought it would be.
Donald Trump is one of the probably in our lifetime, like top 5, believe it or not.
I find it hard. He might actually be right on this one, according to one reliable source.
I was a really good student at the best school. I'm not like a smart guy, okay? Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
In your mind, Q is a force of good?
Yes.
And it's saving us from what? An elite satanic pedophile ring?
One of the aspects of corruption they are working to dismantle is human trafficking rings. Yes. Remember when Trump was on stage and he grabbed the Fiji water? Fiji is one of the biggest human trafficking areas on the planet.
What big profile people are in this pedophile ring?
Do you want names?
Sure.
Hillary Clinton.
You think Hillary Clinton's a pedophile?
Worse.
What's worse than a pedophile?
Human sacrifice, child sacrifice, newborn babies. There's something in their blood that apparently gives them some euphoric experience.
It's called adrenochrome. It acts as a drug, essentially.
Where do they get the babies from?
Haiti.
A lot of these babies are bred specifically for that purpose.
Give me 5 names of big names that are going down.
Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, John McCain, George Bush, and
Obama. James
Obama.
Comey.
The conspiracy theories surrounding Obama. Michelle is a man.
I'm just saying, there's a bulge.
You believe that Michelle Obama has a penis? Do you believe Michelle Obama is a man?
I tend to think she is.
What real evidence is there to support any of these claims?
None.
What claims? You just said Hillary Clinton eats babies and Michelle Obama pisses standing up. There is no bulge.
I want to make sure people need to know this. Like, QAnon is not like, we are not tied to like Alex Jones or anything like in regards to like InfoWars. Like, that would be like a misrepresentation of who we are as researchers.
No,
And them.
crazy.
He's insane.
That's the tough thing about conspiracy theories is that a lot of them are put out there very purposely to distract and confuse, and they're just BS.
So what's being sent out to distract us?
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth. See, you believe? See,
So please let me comment on that. All right, I'm gonna blow your minds right now.
all
Ready?
right, looking forward to it.
When we scrutinize all those things coming from NASA, It's all CGI. It's all edited.
So you're telling me moon round,
He's
Jupiter
a flat
round,
earther.
sun
Nine-
round.
9 they had CGI.
The reason that QAnon is
That's
Trump
used to
supporters'
be.
wet dream is because it encompasses nearly every conspiracy theory in the history of the world, from the Freemasons to the deep state and everything in between.
9/11, Israel.
False flag. Inside job.
It's politics. It's Hollywood. It's music. It's religion.
It's literally life or death.
I was just to pull up a picture of JFK's burial site. It's the shape of a cube.
Pizza, walnut sauce, Domino's. There are various food languages used code words in pedophile circles.
Russian collusion, false flag.
Oh,
All
100%. They colluded with Hillary and Barack.
What people are seeing is demonic possession.
Seems to play.
It's supposedly came up out of Asia, but it's been forming Western alliances.
The Queen of England was accused of being a shapeshifter by Putin.
Thousands of people saw the Queen of England turn into her true form.
And they can vote.
To find out that cancer can be.
Yep.
Yeah, and these people are allowed to vote.
I've seen it done.
There's going to be an order allowing elected officials to be
These
court-martialed.
people are beyond morons.
And there's millions of
Okay, so
them.
we'll have to look into this.
I know.
Lizard people.
We got them here too.
Not like
I haven't
Yeah.
seen anything crazy. I've felt energy, but not seen it.
Define lizard people.
It's one thing to listen to what these conspiracy theorists think about the world, but it's entirely another that they elected one of their own to run it. And that should make even the most rational of us paranoid as
Do any of you think that anything that you have heard today is crazy?
Yes.
So I go deep into the
All right,
rabbit hole to talk to
Jesus Christ.
And they can
Oh.
vote. And they can vote.
Holy shit, man. I feel like the professor in Futurama. I don't want to live in this planet anymore.
Unfortunately, this people go on about fake news and misinformation or social media, and the internet in a way is given people, sent people the wrong direction, and these motherfuckers are that, and it's a real shame.
The thing is that the internet is a fantastic thing if you use it right. If you learn to distinguish crap from real stuff. But the internet is also, especially after we got things like Facebook and Twitter and shit that any idiot can log into. They don't have to have any kind of knowledge of technology to be able to log into these things and post whatever drops, like Christine said, shit from their mouths. And the thing is, the internet has become, together with reality TV and stuff like that, has become a place where stupidity is kind of worshipped. The more stupid you are, the more ignorant you are, the more deluded you are, the better you fit into whatever thing is going on the internet today. I see it on, like, for instance, I'm on Twitter and I'm trying to get myself kicked out. And
You can't get kicked out of Twitter these days.
no,
I literally people stupid
but
cunts.
I'm doing what I can, and you know me, you guys, you know me, that I don't hold back when I post shit. I say whatever flies into my mind of bullshit about idiots. Like today, Elon Musk posted something about something stupid again, about the New York Post having an article of something. And I wrote, New York Post is the tabloid for the stupid people. Oh, wait. So it is the perfect paper for you, Elon. I post shit like that every fucking day, like 10 times a day, directly to Elon Musk, tagging him, commenting on his bullshit, because everything he says and does on Twitter, X, is utterly stupid crap. I mean, I watched that guy, I can't remember, he was part of the College Humor channel, redhead guy with glasses, and he made a video about Elon Musk is an idiot. And it's like a couple of years back. And it still holds water, that video, where he explains why people like Elon Musk are idiots. They're not smart. You don't have to be, like I say to people, yeah, you love Elon, go suck his dick and eat his ass. The thing is, you don't have to be intelligent to get rich. You just have to be an asshole.
Yeah, you just have
there
to
you go.
steal someone else's work.
Brennan Lee Mulligan.
Abby!
Abby!
Abby. Oh, fuck it.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
Christine, we just need to do what I did, Vodka. Just go after turf, you'll get 3 kicks off. That's what happened to me.
I do that all the time. I have been called many weird shit, a lot of weird shit in my internet career, which actually started in 2005 when I started making videos on YouTube. That's where my whole, how should I put it, internet, my relationship with internet started, really. And I've been called authoritarian, a fascist, and the only reason I'm a feminist is to get laid. Stuff like that, all the time. And I mean, I have been living in celibate now for about 12 years. So I'm not a feminist to get laid. I actually really don't care that much. I just got off my medication. I've been on antidepressant for 4.5 years. I just got off it, just weaned myself off it together with my psychiatrist because he thought it was time. And in that period, whenever I saw, porn or a nice lady or something like that, nothing happened down there. I mean, nothing.
Same with you, Christine.
Me
No
too.
erection.
And nothing. Not even, blood flowing in that direction kind of thing. I had a brief fling with a woman like 15 years, my junior, and I went to my doc and said, I have a problem. I have this woman. I want to fuck her, but I can't. And she gave me prescriptions for blue pills. So I have like 100 blue pills in my drawer now because I never got to use them.
Probably out of date, Christine. I just got Christine.
That was it.
I can back that up, Doctor. I don't have a penis, but the drugs they put you on, and I'm still on them now because I'm bipolar. You don't want to do anything. You can't even do anything to yourself. Nothing's going to work. It's not going to have an outcome that you will enjoy. I'm trying to use words that I can use here. So.
Yeah, I remember that I got a little fat.
And no tangents, please. Let's go on to the next one. All right.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
Sorry, guys. We need to keep it a bit more streamlined.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. This one's a bit of a disturbing one. All right. And it's a couple of minutes long. Just deal with it. If you don't want to watch it, then fucking turn your head and take your earphones off. All right. I'm not going to stop it. Watch it. It's factual. It's news. You need to know about this shit.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
Ren might be the most sexually exploited child online that there is right now. Jacqueline is a mom of a daughter named Ren, who is now 4 years old. Jacqueline began first posting videos of Ren on TikTok when she was just a few months old. It was back in 2019, maybe even 2020. And before Ren was even 2 years old, their TikTok account had reached 1 million followers. Now they have over 17 million. Now, at first, it seemed like it was super innocent. It was cute videos of a baby. Then they would have videos of, mom versus grandma outfits that they would dress Ren in, things like that. But over the past 4 years, this content has taken a very drastic turn. These days, Jacqueline is often posting videos of Ren where Ren is opening her mouth, she's eating and drinking, she's putting things in her mouth that are shaped like different food objects like street corn, hot dogs, things like that. She's also being put in positions that certainly could be seen as sexual, in my opinion, and even going as far as Ren sometimes saying things that could be considered subtly sexual. sexual or even outright sexual. And all of this content that is being put out is orchestrated by her mom, Jacqueline. Now, the comments in these videos, when her comments are left on, are full of people either making sexual and creepy comments or people saying, get your daughter the heck offline. This is inappropriate. And it almost feels as though the public is more concerned with the safety of Ren than her own mother. Now, the amount of people who are saving these videos of Ren as well, it is truly insane. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, it is truly crazy. Ren might be the most...
Okay, so regarding this, this is not the only person who exploited their kids on YouTube. I've seen it done before. Some of these parents, they beat on their kids. There was one person who was recognized for, who was renowned for showing off a family being the perfect Mormon family and stuff like that. But when the cameras were off, she was beating the shit out of her children. One of her children was tied up and actually ran to their next door neighbors because the kid was malnourished. And that mum eventually got arrested, and the dad somehow got away with it, but he had no idea what was going on. But this is obviously a different story, but look what parents are doing to their own kids in order to make a buck. I mean, you talk about, I guarantee you that she's, I'm going to go out on a limb that she's probably right wing. She's the sort of person to put their kids in beauty pageants and shit like that. And these are the people who are sexually exploiting children when they constantly blame drag queens and gay people and stuff like that. This is what we need to look out for. You know, all these people who do stuff like this. This is terrible. This is disgusting. I had no idea about this existing until I was flicking through my TikTok and I came across this, and I thought, wow, this is unbelievable. And this person needs to be acknowledged by us, recognized by us. So if we do come across her, that we can tell her, don't fucking do that, because she shouldn't be doing that. I'm very glad that they blurred the child out, but you could see what she was eating: sausages, pretzels, and sorry, not pretzels, whatever, breadsticks and pickles and stuff like that. The mum knew what she was doing. And this is a child. Anything for a buck. I mean, it's ridiculous. Sexualizing your kids. I mean, these are the people who are doing it. Always these people. It's always these fucking people, man.
And she'll be the first to say family values, family values.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
precisely. And this is what really irks me about these people. They know what they're doing. She knows what she's doing, sexualizing a child like that, and she's catering to, I don't know, 17 million followers. Of those are maybe 10 million pedophiles or something like that, or have an affliction towards kids or something like that, or a fetishism, whatever. And she's catering to this for the sake of fucking bitch. Somebody should remove that child and beat the living crap out of that mother.
Well, this is why I fall onto the rule that unless you're doing like toy videos, that your kids shouldn't be on social media. I mean, I don't think kids should be on social media, full stop. It's different if you share it among your friends. Oh, here's a picture of my kid and all this kind of stuff. But to have a whole business around it, I'm iffy with it. But each to their own. Christine.
Yeah, even if it's innocent, keep it on private, because with AI now, your child's likeness can be used. And how would you like it when your child's 18 and they accidentally stumble upon a film of themselves being exploited sexually? That would be horrifying.
Oh, yeah.
So even if you don't think, if you're just putting it up there on Facebook to share with friends and family, put it on private, guys.
Yeah.
I need to respond to Cheeto here. These people, please elaborate, because you said you assumed she was right wing. Do you know? No, I have no idea that she's right wing. But what I do know is that some of those pictures of her kids look like she was pageanting in the way she was dressed. And beauty pageants are done mainly by conservative mums. All right.
Oh, yeah.
And they are right wing, obviously, because they're conservative. And they're the ones who tend to sexualize their children. And so they're constantly blaming the gays. They're constantly blaming drag queens and stuff like that. When reality is these people, these ones who want their daughters to be cheerleaders, showing their vag at 15 years old in high school. What I mean? Come on. That's the point I'm trying to get at, Cheeto. But but unfortunately, Cheeto, you know what you are. You know what you are, Cheeto. You are
the American con.
and that's why you can't see the discrepancies. You can't see in between the lines. You're just taking things at face value, but you don't understand what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, the thing is that I have a very short one here. The thing is that I have never ever seen socialist leaning, left leaning woman do these kind of shit to her kids. Ever. Never. Ever. They just don't do it. I mean, we have politicians here who have small children, for instance, and one of them is a very outspoken young woman, and she's a kind of a socialist. And the only pictures we have seen of her child is of the child's back, sitting on a swing or something like that. We haven't even seen his face. I know what he looks like because I bump into her sometimes when I'm out in the town on cafes and shit. And I know her from some of the political work I've been doing. And she never posts anything with her child, ever. Even though it could probably promote her cases about social welfare concerning children's welfare and things like this. But she has never done it, ever. And I never seen
that's how it should be. Yeah.
Once again, yeah, you're right. I'm making an assumption, I guess that, but my whole point was to target conservative mums who put their kids into beauty pageants. That's the point I was directing myself to, Tito. Yes, I shouldn't assume, as far as you're concerned, I get it. And if I'm wrong, I'll hold my fucking hands up. But regardless, you shouldn't be doing what she's doing to her kids, and conservative mums shouldn't be putting their babies, their children, toddlers, making them look like sexual objects in beauty pageants. That's the point I was getting at.
So, all right, Cheeto, let's not assume here. Let's just look at history and how it's been historically proven that the vast majority of the people putting their children in sexualized positions like child pageants that actually had to ban outside viewers because perverts were coming in to watch, also put their children into cheerleading at like age 5 and hope they make head cheerleader by the time they're 14, being thrown in the air, and you can visibly read their lips, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, that's what we call mumble pants when the camel toe.
Yeah.
Gaz, you had your hand up.
Yeah, like look, everything that she was doing beforehand, where she was doing like the phone and Christmas videos, that's cool. But as soon as you start doing that stuff, the Rule 34 that Chrissy was talking about exists, unfortunately. Even if they had the good intentions, I do generally believe that people are maybe really too much into these videos than they should be. Still, Rule 34 exists, and unfortunately, you can't really give people ammunition like that.
Okay, I want to start to get into things a little bit more humorous now. I've got 2 or 3 videos which are more funny, but still taking the piss out of people we like to take the piss out of. And here's Flat Death Stormtroopers.
It's clearly flat, you guys. The Empire even admits that all the pictures from the space are CGI. Sheeple troopers will believe anything. Like I'm supposed to believe people in Sector 9 are upside down. So you're telling me you don't believe any of the pictures from the TIE fighters? Not those Empire shills. Whatever. They get paid by the Empire, so they say it's round. Why are all the planets we disintegrate round then? You can't prove that. Just because they look round doesn't mean anything. They sure disintegrated like they're round. You can't look at the sky to tell what shape we are. That's not how it works. It's not how it works. What does the Empire have to gain by lying about the shape? Everything. Everything. They hide the land from us. There's all this extra land on the Death Star, and they hide it from us, and we don't know shit about it. We've known the Death Star was round since we built it. You don't think we noticed? You don't think we noticed it was round? There's no video of that. You don't have any video of that. Yep, none. Flat and stationary. I can't feel any movement. You can't feel constant speed. I would be able to tell. I honestly would. I can tell when I'm moving. I know when I'm moving.
Right. I can tell when I'm moving. You aren't moving, buddy. Not a bit.
the stars go around the Death Star, and we're stationary. Just like I always say, guys, like I always say, show me proof. Show me proof that we are on a round ball.
My dad is so
I love
sick.
that.
At the end of that film, he said all those bright lights are dead bodies burning in space.
Okay. This next one. This next one, I just thought this was so funny. I had to share it. This is Spanish Chucky in Charles.
Hijo de la chingada, deja de estar viendo memes, pendejo.
¡A la verga, me vale verga, perro! ¡Híjales a la verga, gato!
A ver, hijo de la chingada, deja de estar viendo memes, pendejo.
¡A la verga, me vale verga, perro! ¡Híjales a la verga, gato!
A ver.
Sorry.
That's brilliant.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
I just thought that was so funny. I thought if I don't show you these guys, I'm never gonna figure it out.
Read it. What did it say?
No,
It goes, why does Spanish Chucky sound like Sylvester Stallone?
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. This one's a little bit political, but this came out 16 years ago, and it's relevant today as it was then, I guess. Here we go. This is American Dad, I believe.
Oh, we better not get flagged for this. Can't hear it.
Okay. I'm sorry. Regardless, it was just making fun of the relationship between America and Israel, and then like he's making out, and they're making out, and we both have the same father, which is Satan. I
can do whatever I want, which is spot on. If they brought that out now, they'll be cancelled. The show will be cancelled. Seth MacFarlane will be castrated, and we'd never see him again.
Now, I don't really have one regarding the English, but because I want to play the thingy, I'm going to show this. I'm going to show this one.
I've got one for you anyway. I've got one for you.
Okay, cool. But here we go. Oi, geezer, cunt, cup of tea, love. Cheers, governor. Stupid English cunts, wanker. All right. All right.
And that's why you can't drink in Spain.
Yeah.
Sam.
That at the start of the podcast show here.
I'm gonna have to mute this one because it's got a song playing and it could copyright us. So
Okay.
But it doesn't matter regardless. Just read the text. It's all that matters. Okay, is it on the screen? Here we go. All right. This is 50 years ago, and 50 years ago now it was 1974. Hard to believe. Let's go. London Zoo 80p today, £33. Madden Sword 75p today, £42.
42 quid.
Fab Ice Lolly 4p today, £1. Even that's more cheaper than I expected to be. Westminster Abbey 3 today, 19 quid.
Fucking hell.
Wimpy Cheeseburger 21p now £5.30. Cup of tea 5.5p today, £2. Kew Gardens 1p now £16.24. Tower of London 10p now £34.80. Pink Floyd 165. How much do you think it cost in 2024? Liverpool Street £3.10. Liverpool Street to London Euston. Sorry, let me go back on that one. Go back. That was a big one. That was a massive one.
That's the big one.
That's the big one.
Holy shit!
Oh god, what the hell happened there? Sorry, my bird just shat on my fucking keyboard. I'm trying to clean it at the same time. Okay, £3. Liverpool Street to London Euston return.
No,
£3.10.
just Liverpool. That's Lime Street. That's
Oh,
up in
Liverpool Lime Street. Yeah, sorry, I apologise.
Liverpool Lime Street to London Euston return.
Yeah.
£3.10.
Yeah.
£219 today.
That's privatization for you. That's capitalism for you. On top of that, I think it will be cheaper to fly to Liverpool than it would be to take the train.
Yes.
It is.
It's the same
Yeah.
here. Same here in Denmark. It's insane that, for instance, when I take my motorcycle and go to Jutland, I have to either take a ferry or cross a bridge. Crossing the bridge is on the motorcycle 150 kroner.
Damn.
For one way.
Well, you have to pay a toll.
Sailing, that means I save around 200 kilometers of driving if I want to sail over to Jutland. But sailing over to Jutland, the prices 5 years ago were the same as the bridge, 150 kroner for a one-way ticket. Now the price for a one-way ticket is 400 kroner.
It's more than double, almost triple.
50 to 400.
Yeah.
Now it's cheaper for me to ride the 200 kilometer, use the gas, and pay the bridge both ways. I save almost 400 kroner on that on a trip to Jutland. That's
They
fucking.
don't do themselves any fucking favors. Yeah.
To round it off, it is cheaper to buy a round-way ticket to fly from Copenhagen to Aarhus, which is the biggest city in Jutland. It costs, I can get a ticket for around 250 kroner. If I take the train, it's almost 1,000 kroner, 5 times the price of flying.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's the same here.
Anyway, let's continue.
Yep.
I did press play, didn't I? Okay. St. Paul's Cathedral used to be free, now it's 25 quid. Cinema ticket 45p, £10. This is more expensive than that.
£10 my ass and the rest.
London Underground,
17 quid.
This is also way too cheap. London Underground 20p, now £1.90. Cheap as fair. I think £1.90 is way too cheap, man. We're talking like maybe 4 or 5 quid.
A single journey is £2.50.
And that's it. So yeah, as you can see, you know, we like the percentages are way over there's like 300, 400, 500% increase. You know, more than that, you know, when things used to be free, you know, and now they're like 20 quid or 25, or like one thing, something used to be 1p, and now it's like 30 quid to get in. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah. The thing is, like, I know you factor in inflation, but you have to factor in wage
increases.
Right,
Yeah.
wages.
And the thing is, like, because I know the conditions here in Denmark, for instance, the minimum wage, so minimum wage jobs pay has gone up like maybe 1.5% a year since 2001. And the inflation is, as I said before, between 2 and 3%. And food prices doesn't follow the inflation here. It has gone up a lot more. Food prices now is almost double what they were 20 years ago. And for instance, me as a person sick on social welfare, my social welfare, my son, he's a mathematician, math teacher, and he made this kind of formula for me to be able to calculate if my social welfare was 8,000 back in 2000, how much should it be today? Following only the inflation, not the price indexes, just the inflation. I should be getting 19,500 before taxes. I get 12.
Yep.
7,000 kroner less.
Yeah.
And after taxes, that's about 5,000 kroner a month that is missing from my budget compared to the social welfare check 20 years ago. Just 20.
Same here in the UK. Same bullshit.
Fucking insane.
Yeah, and let me go back to the trades, right? The thing is that like for that extra money, we don't get a better service. Was the service using it on all the time? It's bloody ridiculous, and most of that profit goes into people's bank accounts.
All the profit goes in.
They
They don't invest back in anything. They get subsidies from the government, and then if subsidies, they keep them.
And the thing is with the public transport here, like the trains, 20 years ago, if you took the train from Copenhagen to Aarhus, it's a ride about 4 hours in train. There was a lunch car. And there was a lady going around every hour with coffee, sandwiches, Coca-Cola, candy, whatnot, with a little car. You know what we have now in the trains? A toilet.
What an upgrade!
I wouldn't sit in one of those anyway. You know, the way toilets are nowadays. they piss and shit everywhere but the toilet. You know?
Yeah.
So
I mean, what the hell? The prices of the train ticket has gone up like 5 times. It's 5 times as expensive now to take the train from Copenhagen to Aarhus than it was 20 years ago. But 20 years ago, I could buy a cheap sandwich and a cheap cup of coffee on the train and enjoy the ride, eating and drinking coffee and whatnot. And now, if I bring my own shit, I get nothing.
Yeah, trains should not. Trains are an essential service, and they shouldn't cost like anything more than like an annual maintenance fee or something stupid like that.
The thing
That's
is, what we did here is that in the old days, 20 years ago, but 20 years ago, the Danish state railroads were one big company, which meant that whatever they made on the trains in profit went into maintenance of the rails, the signal systems, and whatnot. Then about 18 years ago, the government got this fantastic idea about splitting things up. So the maintenance is now budgeted within a law, and the train are very often privatized. That means that the profit from the trains go into the pocket of rich people, and then the taxpayers pay extra to maintain the rails. In the old times, it was like balanced, you know, and whenever
you bullied everyone into fucking privatizing everything.
Exactly, and money that used to go into this whole rail thing, there was some subsidies to keep the prices of the tickets down. That was taken away. That's about 1 billion Danish kroner a year. That just disappeared from the system, and then they did this splitting it up. So now we pay double in maintenance because we pay the profit that used to go to maintenance and we pay for maintenance.
Exactly that. Christine, I got to you.
Thanks. Even if they had split it up and kept it governmental, you're tripling, doubling, quadrupling the amount of bureaucrats you now have to pay.
Yep.
So you're wasting money.
Oh, yeah.
Now you've privatized it, so the cost goes up. Who does that affect? Well, it affects the bottom line of the billionaires that now own it, but it also affects your working class because they can't afford to get to work now.
No, exactly. And one of the things that the prices on public transport here in Copenhagen, we used to have a fantastic public transport system here with trains and trams and buses that all fit together in like a very nicely designed web, where I could get out of my door here where I live, walk 50 meters to the bus, and take the bus to the nearest train station and get on the train and go into the center of Copenhagen. And it would all take me 15 minutes, just as fast as I could do it today on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Then they changed how the bus routes and the train and everything runs, so it doesn't run together now. So I go down here, I take the bus to the nearest train station, then I wait 15 minutes for the next train, by which time in the old times I would have been inside Copenhagen. And then the train comes and I have to change the train on top of that. So one bus and 2 trains just to get into Copenhagen. Where in the old times, I could actually walk to the station and within 5 minutes, there was a train. Now the train runs every 20 minutes and cost 5 times what it did 20 years ago.
It's almost as if capitalism is an inefficient system that costs more money.
When I was going to college and became a nurse, I had to take a bus to the subway and then take 2 more buses, and it would take me 45 minutes to get to school. When I rode my motorcycle, I could do it in 17 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I had the last job I had 5 years ago was like 22 kilometers from where I live. To take the bus to work and back, I was working 6 hours a day, but I was away from my home for 10 hours a day because of the transport. Then I bought myself a old beat up car, and I could get to work in like 30 minutes in the morning and home in 40 minutes in the afternoon. On Fridays, most Fridays, when I took the public transport, it could take me up to 3 hours to get home. I was off at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and I was home at 6 p.m. I mean, I was away from my home for 12 hours for a 6-hour minimum wage job.
That's ridiculous.
And
Ridiculous.
I saved like 3 hours a day in transport by buying a car. And I also saved half the money because with the car, with insurance and everything, was half the price per kilometer.
And that's my argument I always make. Is like it's cheaper to still run a car than take public transportation.
Yeah. Even though the congestion on the highway from here to there was ridiculous in the mornings and in the afternoons. But it still only took me 40 minutes to get home, even though the top speed on the highway was 40 kilometers an hour. It still took me 40 minutes.
But they want us to take a public transportation. They're so desperate. Oh, it's greener. Yeah, it's greener, but you're making it impossible because you're wasting your time. It's more expensive. There's no incentive not to drive.
Nope.
But right, let me just tell you something, mate. Right, they want us to drive less because of like the climate change, climate change stuff. Right.
Right.
The way to encourage that is to make public transport more efficient and more cost effective than driving a car. At the moment, it's the other way around. A car is more cost efficient for you to drive to get on than public transport. Like if again, the 2 lads here, Zam and GG, it probably costs them less to drive whatever vehicle they have, drive them into, even with the congestion charges and the petrol and all that stuff, to drive into central London, they would be.
Well, I don't.
To get
I mean, I mean, I don't. And after I put my point, we'll just go on to the next bit because we're going off on tangents.
I just want to say, I need to say something as well, but if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All I'll say is that for me, my car cost me £20 every 2 weeks in petrol. And that's it. And it was really cheap to run my car until insurance decided to go up for no reason for everyone in this country by more than double. For no reason, they jacked it up. So I was paying £200, which is about 350 euros a year car insurance, and now it's almost 650.
I have a fast thing put in here.
Yeah,
about insurance. When you in Denmark, when you're a member of a union, you get an insurance against unemployment. In the old times, the cost of this insurance was you could deduct it, most of it, about 80% or so. You could deduct from the taxes. That means that it was kind of free almost, this insurance. And you could go at home doing nothing for 7 years and nobody bothered you. Then they cut it down to 4 years. Then now it's 2 years. 2 years you can be unemployed before you enter social welfare instead of the insurance money, which is quite a lot of money losing quite a lot of money every month.
Yeah.
But the insurance costs the same.
Standard. Yeah.
I mean,
okay, I'm going to go to Zam. Sorry, Voctor. I'll just go to Zam.
First of all, regarding what Daniel Vance said, but I wanted to respond to him. But he saw the Wimpy hamburger, and he goes, and he's thinking Wimpy from Popeyes, the Popeye the Sailor Man. How glad you pay Tuesday for a hamburger today. I'm not sure if you guys get Wimpy in America. Probably not. But they were our McDonald's before McDonald's came along. and they were
Well, it was
also
invented by an American.
but they were a burger cafe as well, though, like because they anglified it. Because if you go to Wimpy's, people forget how much of a cafe it is, as well. But yeah, they were also. There's still a few Wimpy's around. They haven't gone, but they're scarce. You know, it's like finding gold. I did have something else to say. I lost my train of thought.
Cars, driving, cost.
Yeah, electric cars. I have an electric car, as you guys know, and yeah, it'll be way more cheaper than taking public transport every day of the fucking week, especially after I told you my expenses the last time round. So what and I'm door to door. Plus, within central London, I don't pay congestion charge. Funny enough, Gary, which is pretty cool. And now with charging stations all over London, that becomes basically a parking space for me. You know, I can just fake charge my car, just plug in the wires and shit. You know, look like I'm charging and fuck off, and and everything looks cool. And I've got free parking space in London. You know, but I think they're trying to catch up on that shit now. They're making sure cars at least have been charged or something like that. But regardless, if it's typical, it might be if it's like if I'm only charging it for like an hour or so, maybe it's not so bad. It might only cost me £2 or £3 for a parking space in London. So, but yeah, I mean, why would I ever want to go on those grimy tube stations but don't even take you door to door? I'm door to door with my fucking car, and I like door to door. That's how I've been living for fucking years.
Yeah.
So
don't get me wrong. Look, I love taking my public transport. I love if it was cheaper, I'd be on the trains all the time getting around because where I live, I've got direct routes to Liverpool Street and to Stratford, and the other way round, I've got to Stansted and Hertfordshire and all this kind of stuff. So I've got great transport links here, but it's just too expensive. Just can't. It's just illogical to take a train anywhere or to buy a season ticket or anything like that because my petrol costs me £40 a month, which is nothing, if that. By the way, because I filled it up today, and that was the first time since end of March. Vokta.
They changed the system here a little in Copenhagen. Until about 6 years ago, when you had a motorcycle, you could go into Copenhagen, and I think there was like in the inner city, like 5 places where you could park your motorcycle for free. And there was room for maybe 8 or 10 bikes in these places. But now I have to pay for parking. One thing is that I have to pay for parking, which is freaking expensive in Copenhagen. The stupid thing they also did was at the same time that now a motorcycle can park like a car or have to park like a car. That means one motorcycle takes up the same space on a parking lot that a car does, which is fucking insane because there's room for like 4 motorcycles where a car can park if you park them correctly.
What genius idea was that?
Some
greedy
politicians,
politician.
it was actually the left-wing politicians' idea, this, because they want to, how should I put it, throttle some of the traffic that is in the city to stop motorcycles and cars and whatnot from going into the inner city. So they raised the prices on parking, and they made it almost impossible to find a place to park for motorcycles, which is fucking insane. Because first of all, the pollution I bring into the city is like 10% of that of a car, any car. And the other thing is that I don't take up any space. I mean, 4 people on 4 motorcycles, actually 8 people on 4 motorcycles take up the same space as a car does. You know?
Yeah.
So why am I being punished for having a motorcycle? I don't get it. It's like,
baby, gotta plug their holes.
And of course, it's as you said, it's a money issue. Also, you know, it's an income, and the ticket you get for parking illegally, it used to be around 10 years ago. It was around 250 krona for a motorcycle if you parked illegally. Now it's 1,000 krona. It's fucking insane.
Like 80 to 100 pounds. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's
just for
ridiculous.
parking illegally. I mean, not even taking up any space. in the road, you know, because there's a lot of in Copenhagen. There's a lot of corners that is not used by anybody because the way people walk around buildings is they cut off the corner. So there are these corners that are like maybe there's a tree on that corner, and you can actually probably in most of those corners park like 10 motorcycles that won't be in the way for anybody, not for the pedestrians, not for people with the little cars or vehicles. Yeah, the kids thing that bring the kids around in. They won't be in the way for anybody. But it costs 1,000 kroner to park there in fines if you do.
That's ridiculous.
The thing is, there's a funny side story to this because they tried to do the same in Oslo, in Norway. And what they got out of it was that for a whole week, 55,000 motorcycles went to Oslo, but only at the high end of morning traffic and afternoon traffic. The whole town was just like shut down. Nothing getting in, nothing getting out.
Perfect. That's how to do it. Civil disobedience is the best thing.
I tried to raise awareness among the bikers here in Denmark, in Zealand where I live, to get them to do the same thing. You know how many people I could raise for this?
3.
4. Myself included.
That's unfortunately just different attitudes. It'll be the same over here, but they're passionate about cutting down those ULEZ cameras here in the UK, but not about actually fighting against egregious tickets. ULEZ is like ultra low emission zone camera, so if you've got a car that's past a certain age, its emissions are too high for like London. So you have to pay £12 to enter the city.
Everywhere.
Okay, here there are limits around Copenhagen. There are signs set up that this is a low, from here and into the town is a low emission zone.
Yeah.
And you can't get in. If you drive in with a high emission car, a diesel or whatever that has higher emission of pollution, you get fined 5,000 kroner fine. It's just shut. You can't get in. You can't pay your way out of this.
I think it's fine. Yeah, it was part of the Paris Agreement. These things, but cool. All right, on to the next bit.
You want to go into movies and video games or whatever like that now? Television shows.
I've
got
hang on. Politics? Chris Pratt's stunt double Tony McFarlane dead at 47. Oh, that's terrible.
Did he die on the job?
Probably.
Yeah.
Roger Corman, the legend, the absolute legend, filmmaker, dead at 98. Well, that's a good innings. But I love Roger Corman.
And by the way, Death Race, the original Death Race from the 70s, is a must-watch. It is a must-watch. If you've not seen it, you have to see that film because the Death Race done by Jason Statham and all that bollocks. I'm disgusted by that Death Race. They don't have the balls to make a film where the hero is killing fucking the general public like they did with Death Race. You know what I mean? The original Death Race. You know, they don't have the balls to do that Hollywood anymore. You know, so yeah.
Death Race 2000 or whatever it was called.
Yeah, Death Race 2000. Yeah, Death Race 2000.
I remember that. I watched it in the movies back in the day, and we found it.
David Carradine, and a before famous Sylvester Stallone, before Rocky.
Total awesome movie.
Yeah, the original fantastic.
Yeah,
well, fantastic. Okay, so I'll go to this one story. And then we can move on to some gaming news and bits and bobs. So this one pissed me off. So Hero Plumbers firm faked stories of kindness.
What?
So the firm run by a man dubbed Britain's kindest plumber faked stories of helping people as it raised millions in donations, the BBC can reveal. Deffer, a social enterprise, used vulnerable people's photos without consent, and founder James Anderson spent company cash on a house and car. Mr. Anderson prevented one elderly woman from killing herself, the firm claimed. In fact, she had died years earlier. So they said that, we stepped in and we stopped her from killing herself, but in fact, she was already dead. He denied some of the BBC's allegation, but admitted, "I've made mistakes." Since 2019, DEFRA has posted hundreds of stories about acts of kindness it says it has carried out. It is a community interest company, CIC. As such, it operates in the same way as a limited company, but it also provides defined public benefits, such as providing direct service to a community or using profits to benefit in a community in some way. The Burnley-based firm has helped many people by using donations to provide free food, pay gas, electric bills, plumbing, help funeral costs, blah, blah, blah. The social media made him a viral sensation. Yeah, this is why I'm reporting this, because I remember this shit. During the UK's cost of living crisis, and has brought at least 2 million in donations, according to the BBC analysis of his company accounts. Among the donors were reportedly celebrities such as Lily Allen, Emmerdale actress Samantha Giles, and even actor Hugh Grant. Mr. Anderson has received letters of thanks from the late Queen and King and a Pride of Manchester award. He has been a guest on Good Morning Britain, BBC Breakfast, The One Show, and a bunch of TV. So this is what he looks like. But when BBC examined hundreds of DEFRA CIC posts and interviewed families behind the faces on social media, it revealed a pattern of lies and allegations of exploitations. So some of the things that they found: multiple examples of DEFRA recycling the same photos in misleading and false posts, including several using the same image of a dead woman. A victim of domestic abuse who was pictured on social media with her young child and baby was accused of theft without evidence by DEFRA. DEFRA funds were used to purchase a house, and Mr. Anderson also admitted buying a car with company cash. DEFRA posted a video and images of a vulnerable man in his 90s in fundraising posts more than 20 times, publicizing information about his sexuality, despite the man pleading God no when asked if he would agree to be filmed. Jesus Christ. Former employees raised safety concern after one staff member was pictured smoking a cigarette next to a leaking boiler. Great company there. Mr. Anderson deleted the main DEFRA CIC social media account with more than 100,000 followers. Speaking to the BBC from his Burnley offices, where thank you cards and letters from dignitaries adorn the walls, Mr. Anderson, I've done it wrong. I apologize, but what can I do? I haven't got a magic stick. I'm not Harry Potter. He said he had made mistakes because of a relentless campaign of bullying and harassment and attacks by online trolls. Well, yeah, mate, because you fucking deceived them. The BBC has seen online criticism which raises legitimate concerns, but he also showed us direct messages which could blah, blah, claims of abuse. One of the most upsetting stories DEFRA CIC posted to Twitter, now named X, included a photo of an unnamed woman next to Mr. Anderson with her face covered by an emoji. The post from June 2022, a lady, 84 years old, rang DEFRA and spoke to myself. She was upset and desperate. She lived 53 miles away in Preston. I drove as fast as I could. When I got there, she had the noose ready to commit suicide. All she wanted was hot water. Cost of living crisis. This was the one that was actually already dead, apparently. So the BBC found the images had been used 7 times in total by DEFRA between 21 and 23, with different ages and locations. And we identified her as a woman named Joyce, who had already died back in 2020, a year before used the image. So here you go. This is the thing. So you get the gist of it. I'm not going to carry on reading it because there's a lot there. But what a piece of shit.
Don't you just love it when they get criticized for their horrid behavior? All of a sudden, they're the victim of bullying. No, you're being told you did wrong.
Yeah,
it's like when the fascists complain that I, for instance, pursue them, and they complain that I am talking shit about them, telling the truth about them. I mean, I'm not the one advocating a policy of genocide. The fascists are. I mean, there's a big difference. And when these that I call moderates or cowards that can't take a fucking stand in their life try to get in the middle between me and a fascist and tell me that I have to be nice to the fascist, While
Yeah, but Voxer, it's both sides. Both sides have valid points. You know, you got to find the balance between the fascists.
Like Trump
and the
said, there are nice people on both sides.
Yeah, there's good people on both sides. The fuck there is. You know.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
can see what the fascists are doing right now in Israel.
That's right. Trump said that, Voxer, when he talked about the Charlottetown.
Exactly, Charleston. Yeah, exactly.
Charleston, yeah, there's good people on both sides.
Yeah, there are nice people on both sides. There are good people on both sides. Yeah, of course. That's what Hitler would say also.
Yeah, of course.
So
what a guy.
A lot of nice people working for me in the SS.
Yeah. These were good people.
Just look at how healthy they look. They're all blonde and blue eyes and 2 meters tall and have high cheekbones and all that.
But they're family men, so they can't be
All
bad.
family men, yeah.
Or
And
they're religious, so they can't be bad.
in the work hours, they're destroying Jewish families, but at home, they're very nice to their kids.
Yeah.
And they have a dog.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, they have a dog and they don't eat meat. They must be good.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ Almighty.
Oh, they feed their dog, but at the same time, they starve people to death. But they're good people.
Exactly.
They're good people, though, Christine. What's your problem? They're good people.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
You're right.
we have a party here in Denmark called the Danish People's Party, Dansk Folkeparti. They have been in 1999, just before the election in where the right-wing government of 2001 started. They were supporting this right-wing government with their votes because it was a minority government and they didn't have enough votes to do anything without the Danish People's Party. In return for their vote, the Danish People's Party got harsher immigration laws. They got a fence going across Jutland, all the way across Jutland at the border to keep the wild boars out.
Is that what they called the immigrants?
No, it was wild boars. They wanted the wild Denmark. They used like a 30 million kroner budget to build a fence that doesn't work because boars don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Boars don't give a shit.
And this fence that they built, they just walk right through it. Or in both ends, the water. So what they did is that they walked around these wild boars and the wolves too, because they wanted to keep out the wolves also. We have now, for the first time in 120 years, we have wild wolves in Denmark. And this Danish People Party, they don't want the wolves here because, they're bad.
I have wolves outside.
It would destroy their beautiful, land that they privatized.
I remember
wolves outside and mooses.
Ago, they put wolves into Yellowstone, and before that, Yellowstone's whole ecological thing was actually fucked. I mean, really fucked. Then they put wolves in, and now Yellowstone Park is fantastic place when it comes to the ecological balance because there were no predators in there. That means that all the animals, all the prey animals were
overpopulating,
eating everything and destroying greenery.
Yeah, destroying the habitat actually. So they put wolves in, and now they are fishing the rivers, which weren't there before. They have, and the whole nature there just works because of the wolves. We have the same problem here because there's almost no nature in this country. Most of the country is farmland, and which is also an interesting topic that is kind of a big topic. But I can tell you this: the farmers here in Denmark is 3% of the BNP of the GDP, the gross product. 3%. They farm 60% of the land in Denmark. 60%.
That's crazy.
They contribute 3%.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. What do you do? Export all your meats?
Yeah, and we export all the meat we make. And
yeah,
most of the farm on this 60%, 78% of it is for animal food. It's for feeding the pigs that we export. And the conditions we export these pigs in is horrible. we take these little piglets, you know, when they're like 10, 12 kilos, put them on trucks, drive them 1,000 kilometers south because it's cheaper to slaughter them there. And they don't get food, they don't get water, nothing in these trips. Nothing.
And they stand in their own feces. The holes, when you pass these trucks, because we have some of them still, there's these holes in the side of the walls. So all types of weather. So imagine being in a truck with no roof and, you know, minus 20, driving down a highway.
Or plus 30. You know, and inside, because of the animal and the feces and everything, it's like 40 degrees. And pigs are like people. They they die when it's that hot.
Of course.
And they starve to death, and they are so thirsty when they arrive that some of them get out of the truck and drink themselves to death.
Yeah.
Why are they this? Money, 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 money.
Money. Just cheapest way. Don't give a fuck about animal welfare.
The number of pigs in Denmark than there are people.
Yeah. We get all your bacon. And Zam eats about 90% of your bacon, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I eat bacon. Even today, sorry, if you don't mind me adding, I made myself a homemade chicken and bacon sandwich today. I had some tandoori chicken left over. I chopped it all up. Yeah, got some mayo, got some pepper, fried the bacon, chopped it all up into gillions, or what's the terminology for chopped up bacon? Goujons, yeah. Mixed it all up. Then I wanted it cold, so I put it in the freezer for about 20 minutes, got it out, stirred it up, propped it on my bread, bish bash bosh, put some ketchup on it, but that's how I do my shit.
And with the bacon we export, interesting thing is that the bacon we can buy here in Denmark is shit. It's the worst bacon you can imagine.
Yeah, you get left with the cheap crap while the
bacon is in UK.
Yeah.
When I go to UK, which I eat shitloads of bacon because it's so much better than here.
One of our best things, and a lot of people, we don't get streaky. The people don't get our type of bacon. It's amazing how popular our bacon is for the foreigners. They love our bacon.
I mean, the big English breakfast: bacon, eggs, sausages, beans.
Black pudding? Do you like black pudding?
Yeah, and black pudding.
Oh man, black pudding tastes like shit.
You guys got to try. It's maple syrup bacon. It's
yeah, we've had maple bacon.
It's cured in it.
Yeah, how about that? No, bacon shouldn't be sweet. Fucking you people across the pond. If it's not swimming in sugar, you're not gonna eat it. A lot of that.
But that's because that's a whole other thing. But this whole thing with the fructose in the food that they do, especially in the United States of America, is, I mean, that is why there's so many extremely obese people there, and extremely a lot of people who have heart problems and whatnot, is because of this fructose. I mean, it's everywhere. I remember when I was in New York, and we went into a place, and I wanted to just buy a one burger, and it was not a McDonald's or anything like that. And I was wondering what the hell is in the bread. It was like sweet. It was like eating sugar.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, ew, this is disgusting.
I always tell people when I went to America, I lost weight. I lost a lot of weight because I couldn't eat the food. It was disgusting.
Exactly.
I couldn't eat the, I was literally just as like, I've got to get something in me. I've got to eat something. So I was just eating like the most basic shit while in New York. It got better when I went up to Massachusetts, but in New York,
I was in New York. What I was
restaurants are fucking expensive.
I was just in Philadelphia.
Chinese eating places, you know, you go in and they serve you some chicken with rice and stuff, and it back in the 1960? No, 96, I think it was, when I was over there, and you would get a full plate with rice and chicken and some very nice sweet sour sauce thing for $3. And there was so much food on that plate that I could almost not finish it.
Yeah.
And that was what I ate most of while in New York, that kind of food, because all that other things, you know, the TV dinners and stuff. We tried it because, you know, we've been watching a lot of American TV shows, you know, and I wanted to eat one of those TV dinners that, you know, that you pop in an oven, you heat it up for 5 minutes, and you sit in front of the TV with the plate with the holes in it, you know, so everything is portioned out. I tried it. I didn't like it.
Really? You didn't like it?
Yeah. It's a fucking appetizer as well. It's not filling at all.
I ate it, but I didn't like it. But I was hungry.
Okay, Christine.
Sorry, really quickly, Voucher. I was just in Philadelphia with Joe from YouTube. We were there for the Yankees convention.
Mm-hmm.
I got off the plane and I saw these chocolate bars that I buy here in Canada all the time, and they're really cheap. And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm gonna buy me and Joe one." Get back to the hotel, bite off a piece. I swear it tasted like wax and sugar.
Yeah.
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 American chocolate.
What I experienced when I was in New York, we came into a place and they had this Swiss chocolate. And here in Denmark, we also have Swiss chocolate. It's always packaged in a purple thing where there's a white cow on the front. And it's one of the best chocolates you can buy in Europe, together with the Belgian chocolates. And they had it in New York, and I was thinking, holy crap, Swiss chocolate. I bought it because it was freaking cheap. And it was like Christine said, it was like eating wax with sugar. And
there's two reasons in that. So number one, it takes for where the milk is produced to where it needs to get, it's too far. So they just like a powder substitute. And also because everything in America, all their milk has to be pasteurized and all this kind of stuff. That is my favorite Cadbury's bar. Cadbury's mini egg bar.
Yeah,
that's the best one. They make the stuff they use just tastes like vomit, and just American chocolate is just the fucking worst thing I've ever put in my mouth. And
I don't know if you know, but Aaron Ra visited me some years back, and
I saw him. I saw him in March too.
He crashed at my place, my very small studio apartment, with his wife and her son for 4 days, and I put all kinds of Danish food in their house, and especially the chocolate. I mean, I gave Aaron Ra this big, it's a quarter pound of chocolate in one block, and he took one bite, and his eyes were like watering and shining, and he ate the whole
real food
of chocolate in like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
he said had never tasted anything like this. It was like he expressed it like paradise in my mouth.
Orgasm in your mouth.
Holy mama!
Yeah,
chocolate tastes like.
Like this, the very first ingredient is milk, chocolate, sugar, not pasteurized milk, but whole milk, chocolate, butter, some soya, and then cocoa, and then cocoa butter. Like it's real shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
This thing about the dollar menu. I remember when I was in New York, I had this thing for like eating $1 slice pizzas. I thought that was really cool. It was really hard to find that sort of stuff in London, and they were okay, but they weren't really $1 because they never fucking. You have to pay tax afterwards, which pisses me off. So you're paying a bit more than $1. But overall, if you're living that that rat race life, you get a couple of slices of pizza, you get yourself a drink. All in all, you're paying about maybe £3. You're good to go for the rest of the day. It was cheap and cheerful. And this shit, they don't have it anymore, as he says. Yeah, that's at least $8 for a full meal. If you're lucky, you got to really find those places, which really feed you well for £8.
Yeah.
And on that, I want to come to that point. Actually, more for Jose, where it's saying you're paying at least $8 for a full meal and all this. So, with the recent stuff that's happened in Israel, there is a huge boycott against McDonald's everywhere, even in America. And in America, they're feeling it so bad that they've reintroduced $5 menus now, because they won't admit it, but people are boycotting them like en masse. Like they
I
cost them
haven't heard about that. Why is the boycott of McDonald's?
because they supply food to the IDF, and they proudly advertise giving food to the IDF.
I will make sure that we start boycotting McDonald's here in Denmark too.
Also, the Kellogg's, the guy who owns the CEO of Kellogg's, he was talking about how you should have Kellogg's cereal for dinner, and people boycotted Kellogg's so hard that there was a picture in Walmart of Kellogg's cereal going for 99 cents. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it because you buy Kellogg's anyway. You're spending £4 or £5 for a box of cereal. But they are still able to sell it for 99 cents because they know they can sell it for that price, but they're still making a profit for it.
Oh yeah,
it shows you how much they're overcharging us. Their greed in order to make money. It's ridiculous. If they can sell it for 99 cents and still be content with that,
That's why
then
McDonald's.
yeah.
Sorry,
I remember this
that's why
guy.
they bring back the $5 menus as well. They know they can. It's just greed.
I remember a couple of years back, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this guy who's an economist professor somewhere in the United States, I can't remember which university he works at, he made a calculation for Walmart and their wages. How much should Walmart put up their prices to pay a $20 hourly wage? You know how much?
0.001?
1 cent for each transaction.
Okay.
For each thing going through the beep. 1 cent.
Yeah.
1 cent.
But they're always like, and people will always believe you that, if they put the wages up, inflation will go up. Hang on a second. Wages have gone down.
Yeah.
And in terms of inflation, and we're getting record inflation now. So that myth needs to be busted.
And
driving the inflation for the rich.
Yeah, exactly. Christine.
I sent you that thing today on our page. I think I sent it to you guys with the difference between paying minimum wage in the States and how much a burger costs.
Mm-hmm.
And the argument was if you lift with minimum wage, the burger will go up. And then I think they compared it to Denmark, actually.
Yeah, I saw that one at McDonald's, yeah.
Because the minimum wage for a McDonald's worker here is $22 an hour.
Yes, yeah. What?
I'm just saying goodbye. I'm going to say good night to you guys.
Oh, good night, mate.
Yeah, good
All
night.
right, guys. See ya.
See ya, mate.
The thing is that the McDonald's tried to fight the unions here and lost. They lost
No doubt.
that they were contemplating just leaving, just saying no more McDonald's in Denmark, bye-bye. And then somebody in McDonald's in Denmark, in the head office here in Denmark, made the calculations and found out that it's not a problem. There's still a shitload of profit to be had. Because in the EU, there is this thing that if, for instance, in Denmark, McDonald's are not making a profit, they can place the head office in Brussels. And if the head office is in Brussels, that's where they pay their taxes. So they don't pay taxes here.
Yeah.
Means their profit is even higher. Coca-Cola does it. McDonald's does it. Burger King does it. All these big American corporations all do this.
Yeah.
And there was a Danish economist who made the calculations that Denmark each and every year loses around 100 billion Danish kroner in taxes because of it.
All I know is you're gonna pay the 99 cents, and if we give you crumbs and peasants, that's what you're gonna get, and you're gonna like it because this is capitalism. Damn it, this is America. This is what we do, you greedy bastards.
America.
America, yeah. And we have our
number
on the
one.
flag. Yeah.
Oh shit, that's just.
Yeah.
And
So I just want to show.
tell you
Sorry,
now,
guys.
Denmark is not better here.
Yeah. I just want to go quickly. I just want to show a poll that came out regarding trans people, because obviously you know the hell that's going here in the UK. We're like fucking become like the turf capital of Europe. But
thanks, JK.
Honestly, thanks to JK and people like Graham Linehan and all this kind of shit. However, here's a shocking statistic that kind of came out. And let me zoom in on that. So 6 in 10 Brits say schools should teach students that people can be trans and can change their gender identity, showing a percentage of 61% supporting it and 29% opposing it. And here, shockingly enough, women, 66%, are overwhelmingly positive in support of this. So here they had the poll. It's a YouGov poll.
Yeah.
They had all Brits 61%, women 66, men 51 with 39.
Fear that they will get into bed with somebody with a penis.
What's that?
Men fear that they will get into bed with somebody who has a penis.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the reality is, you know, if you talk about freedom, this is the definition of freedom. Is what you want to fucking do with your own body shouldn't be anybody else's business. You know, and this is the whole point. And you constantly see laws coming up, you know, trying to stop that, you know, from people wanting to do what they want to fucking do. The individual, that is. I mean, I have no desire to fucking transition. I mean, even though I've got fucking moves anyway, you know what I mean? You know, I could probably pass for a fucking trans right now. But the point is, you know,
let's talk, sir.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but regardless, it's up to me what I want to fucking do with my body, and no one else should tell me what to do. You know what I mean?
Doctor, you had your hand up.
Yeah, the thing with polls, there has been an interesting poll going on every year for the last 25 years in Denmark. People are asked, do you want the welfare system to be better? 78% says yes, please. But they still vote for the assholes who are cutting it down.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. But the bigotry over trumps their, you know, their logic, unfortunately. You know, and so and they've been brainwashed into believing the worst case scenarios of things that are not the case.
Every country does the same. And Greece just fucking did it as well. It's just like
the problem in all this, like the reason why people don't protest the cuts in the welfare, not just the social welfare, but welfare. When you talk about the schools, the hospitals, healthcare, everything is part of the welfare package. The social thing, the welfare social check I get is just a teeny beanie part of it. It's like 0.5% of the budget. But they have vilified us, the unemployed and the sick. Been vilified in such a way that people, just like Rick did earlier today, he said, I work for a living. Yeah, hooray. I can't. I want to, but I can't. I'm fucked in my head. I would love to work if I could. I am currently in a activation situation where I have to be 1 hour at a certain place and to assess my ability to work. I can stand being there for 10 minutes every Monday. Then I have to go home because my whole body, my whole being, my brain, everything just goes. So I have to go home. And so I cannot work for a living. I would love to. If somebody, let's say, if somebody with a little bit of money invested some money in me, and I'm currently working in my garage to make a sort of a mechanic shop for motorcycles. I have two buddies who have been helping me financially and also practically with some stuff. And if somebody invested, let's say, 50,000 Danish kroner in my shop there and paid me a minimum wage salary for the next year or so, I could make my own business from my garage. I could make a living there. And I would love to, even though I probably had to work more than that 10 minutes I can stand being that place. But this would be my thing. It's my hobby. It's my passion. It's my love. And
but it's also a valuable service though, because you need mechanics.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean. You're not just fixing your friend's fucking bike. You're fixing anyone who has a bike, kind of thing.
Exactly.
Or any engine, like a mower, a boat engine. You can do all that.
Of course.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I I found out recently in the last 2-3 years that I'm actually very good at finding out what's wrong with an engine. I can assess sometimes just by listening to it. I can say, well, it's the water pump, or well, it's the oil pump, or whatever. I don't even have to use a stethoscope, to listen into the engine. I can assess very fast what's wrong with this bike.
You're an engine whisperer.
Yeah.
I didn't know that about myself. And the funny thing is that I joined the military at age 16 because I wanted to be an auto mechanic. And the only way in the Danish army at that time in 75 that you could get to be an auto mechanic was to be a driver of a Centurion tank. And
nice.
The problem with that was that I already at age 16 was 180 centimeters, and you can't be more than 176 centimeters to be in a Centurion tank.
Yeah.
And the year after I joined, we got the Leopard 1A tank, where you could be 182 centimeters. In the meantime, I grown to be 187 centimeters. So I couldn't even get into the fucking Leopard tank either. After 9 months,
your legs sticking out the cannon while you're driving.
I'm not going to be a mechanic, so I'm leaving the military. And I left it with grace, because my colonel was a decent man. If he
didn't stick your dick in a tank,
he would have given me very bad dismissal papers, because I did everything I could to get thrown out of the military. I got into the work drunk. Like I couldn't almost not walk and stuff like that. And they put me in weekend. I had to sit being a guard in the weekends where everybody went home. I was sitting there being a guard every fucking weekend for 9 months or so, because I just wanted to get out, But
for those people, Doctor, that say that people like you and I don't want to work, that's bullshit. I started working at age 14, part-time. Joined the army at 18. Worked there till about 36 when I broke my spine. I paid into that social welfare system.
Yeah.
I don't like being at home all day. I get very bored. I get very lonely. I have bipolar, so that affects my depression. I want to work.
It's I started working full-time when I was 15. I've been working full-time from I was 15 to 4 years ago.
So look,
and I'm 65 now. That means I've been working 46 years full-time.
Yeah.
I paid my dues.
Me too.
Yeah. Okay, I'm a bit younger, but I started working when I was like 15, 16 with my dad. So whenever there was downtime, I stopped going to Greece because I got fed up with it. I went to work with my dad during the summer times, anywhere I could find a job. I've been working solid right up until I was 35, 36. And then my health went. My legs went. I had a lot of health problems, mental health, all this kind of shit. You name it. It happened all that time ago. Yeah. And I couldn't work. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't work. And then I couldn't find work. I just couldn't find work. If you're disabled in this country, they don't want to fucking know. They don't want to know. They don't want to make concessions or hire you and all this kind of shit. They don't want to know. So I spent like 4.5 years on job seekers allowance, trying to find fucking work. I couldn't get any disability allowance, anything from the DWP. The system completely fucked me in the ass, even though I outputted 20 years of like consistent work. Yeah. And we're the ones being vilified. Now I'm back at work now, but it took me forever to get a job. And even this job, I can only do 3-4 times a week because I get like my legs just get exhausted.
Yeah, of course.
But if I can't work again tomorrow, they've changed the system now where I've only got a certain period of time on job seekers, then I'm cut off. And then forget trying to get disability in this fucking country. It's a goddamn nightmare. And then they'll sanction you because you farted the wrong way.
Yeah, exactly. Same here.
Yep. Same here in America. If you're disabled, good luck trying to get on like Social Security and disability and that kind of shit.
So what's the kind of shit you have to go through, Jose? Sorry, Victor.
You got to go through, all the channels. You got to get like a doctor's note, and then you got to go through, your local office and say, hey, I am fucking disabled. and it's like a will they or won't they kind of thing, and that applies to like food assistance, rental assistance, government assistance. You got to do all this kind of shit. It's just so fucked up.
Yeah. I remember one of my viewers back in the day, I think it was in 08 or something, when I was still making a lot of videos on Voxer 2100 channel. There was a dude who wrote me. He used to be a fundamentalist Christian, and I was one of the reasons he turned away from this fundy belief religion thing. I was not the only YouTuber he was watching, but he said I was one of the biggest influencers for him because I spoke my mind and I didn't hold it back. And he told me that he was a veteran and had been in combat, and he was fucked. And he also tried to get this disability, and it took 15 years. He got his disability in 2023. 15 fucking years before he got it. And until then, the only thing he could do was like work 2-3 hours a day, doing whatever menial job he could find, like tending people's gardens and stuff, just to be able to eat. He didn't have to live for like 10 years.
Yeah.
He was on the fucking streets for 10 years. And I mean, holy crap.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Like they make you feel like they make you feel like less than human. They make you feel like you're a piece of shit, that you did something wrong, and but they'll give their friends billions in contracts during COVID and not ask them to do anything with it or give anything back.
And they make you feel like you're stealing it.
Yeah,
exactly. And I have always thought, ever since I was like 13, 15, 14 years old, I've been interested in politics and stuff. And I always thought that everybody, all the humans on the planet, all 8 billion of us, back then we were only 4 billion, had the right to live a decent life with a roof over our heads, with a job that pays a decent salary, healthy food, clothes, be able to provide for our families, our children.
Education, healthcare.
Self-evident. It should be like that, and it's not. And it's like son always says, he's a.
But it could be. It could be.
It could be. Yeah.
There's a shitload of resources. I mean, my son.
Oh, mate, we print money in this country. There's no excuse. They literally print
my
money.
son being a math teacher, he has done some research on, the resources on the planet. What is all the resources? What is all the money? Where is it? And stuff like that. And try to make a sort of a calculation of, if we took all that money and all those resources and split it up into 8 billion pieces and gave everybody that piece, we would all be millionaires.
Yeah,
all
of
8
course.
billion of us.
Yeah, there's a saying, but it's not even just like the money doesn't mean shit. It's the safety net. It's just having a right to a house.
Yeah.
Cheap or free public transportation, food packages that are free and subsidized by the government. So that's where my fucking taxes go, and that's what they do in communist countries. You get food packages, okay, that you don't fucking pay for, and the rest is, you work, you earn your little bit of extra to do whatever you need to do, and that's it. It's as simple as that.
I also advocate the UBI, Universal Basic Income, because if we had a sort of a bottom limit thing you get from the state without doing anything, without any obligations at all, it would free up our time and minds. It would free up our brains to do the things we love to do and make a living out of that.
And this is the thing as well.
And it would be
capitalism
cheaper.
is the way the system is now, and the cost of living is now. We are stifling creativity. Things aren't getting created, and anything that does, the fucking Americans just end up buying it.
Yep.
And I mean,
TikTok.
One of the things.
I like TikTok.
One of the things me and my son always talk about is all this waste, all these wasted minds on the planet. We are 8 billion people. About 800 million of them are starving. And about 1 billion of them live in utmost poverty and have to work their asses off just to get by on a day-to-day basis. Imagine if these people had all the money they needed, the food they needed, the house, everything. One of them could be finding the cure for cancer or the cure for the global warming or whatnot. I mean,
Exactly.
there's so much wasted brain power on the planet that drowns in everyday bullshit about food prices, about just getting enough money to food and pay the rent and buy some clothes when it's winter so you don't freeze and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
that's the system they want. They don't want you rising above and challenging the status quo.
Yeah.
How many?
they-
Sorry.
Go ahead.
How many Einsteins are now have died of starvation? Even if you just look at slavery and just slavery in the United States. Yes, it happened in other places too. I'm not just picking on the States. For 450 years, there was Einsteins, there was Mozarts that never got to do that.
Exactly. One of the things I love about the internet, by the way, is that I see some very talented people, women and men and young and old, some that have kind of a talent, and they put their talent out on the internet via TikTok or YouTube and whatnot, and they make enough money to be able to develop their talent, which was a thing that would have been impossible for the same people about 20 years ago. Just because of the internet, I'm following quite a lot of, especially young females who have special talents, whatever they are, if they're a concert pianist or a singer or a motorcycle mechanic or whatever they do. I follow these young women because I love to see them succeed. I love to see how happy they are. These women that do things that just 20 years ago would have been impossible for them. That they are independent financially and in any way, just do what they dream of doing. And it's women that do it. There are not many men doing this and using the internet this way. It's mostly young women.
You know what?
Christine.
Here's someone, a female you should check out. She's an independent artist. I think she just signed, which sucks because she was better off independent. Chinchilla. She's a singer and songwriter.
Oh, she's signed to somebody, has she?
Yeah. And her latest video song that came out after, you can tell there's such a difference that they've cookie cuttered her now. But prior to that, just check out Little Girl Gone, Elements, and Fingers, the live version by
Great
Chinchilla.
Yeah, great artist.
And there's this there is one young dude that I've been following closely only for a very short time that writes music and songs.
Ren?
And I can't remember what his name is, but his mother is the one who taught him how to write songs, and she's supporting him. He's an autist, apparently. He has some autism thing going on. But the music he makes, the song he writes, and the way he sings them, it moves me so much that sometimes I'm sitting here, an old, hardened veteran of life, crying my fucking eyes out because it's so beautiful. It's so emotional, it's so beautiful that my mind is just blown.
Okay, one more suggestion, and write this down. Ren, I know you hate him, Ginger. Ren, R-E-N.
Yeah.
Look up his video and watch his video. It's called Hi, H-I, Ren. And don't forget Chinchilla. That's it.
Okay.
That's it, Ginger.
That's all right. So I'm gonna move on to film TV.
Jose.
Yeah, let Jose know.
Oh,
Okay.
film and TV. Watch the
Film
show Bobkin.
I tried. I was so bored.
It starts off slow, but it picks up. But I'm gonna say goodnight. I gotta say goodnight.
All right, Christine, thank you for coming.
Voctor, let me know how you like those, or if you don't like those. All right.
I will, of course, I will.
Lovely seeing you, and hi to everyone else, and see you guys maybe tomorrow or next Friday. Bye.
All right. See you, Christine. Take care.
See you, Christine.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find that dude I was talking about who makes me cry every time I hear his songs. I can't remember his name all of a sudden.
Marvel greenlights Hawkeye series set to inspired by the Raid.
The
But there
Raid,
was-
the Raid Redemption.
But there was a comic book. But there was a comic book by Hawkeye that was like exactly like the Raid. And I think it came out before the Raid or during.
Or rather, they do a Hawkeye movie if it's going to be the Raid. But I don't know how you can split that up into episodes.
No, you could do it. You could do it in a series because there was a whole comic book.
No, I would. What I liked about the film is the pacing of it being, being a movie and all of that. I just found it more appealing that way. So I personally would like a movie. Where the hell's Jose?
Oh, he said he's coming back.
Okay, you go to the toilet or something.
He dumped us.
Good on there. Right, let's see. Which one? Where is it? Is it this one? Yeah, I think it was just Hawkeye. It was just called Hawkeye, and it ran between. Hang on, is this the one? He's looking for comment focuses on Kate Bishop. No, so it just ran between 2012 and 2015, and it's basically that. It was the like tracksuit dudes, the dude bros or whatever they're fucking called, that kind of take over a building, and he just basically, helps.
Tracksuit Mafia.
Yeah, he just kind of helps take them out and get the building back, basically.
I want to see him kill people. You know what I mean? I don't like he would as the Ronin. Like he would take no shits. I want him to go up there it's gonna be. Look, the Tracksuit Mafia are a joke. They're an absolute joke. They're comical villains.
That's what they were. The comic book. But I don't want that in a. I want a serious like. I don't. Yeah, if you're gonna do Hawkeye series 2, don't fucking give me the same shit we got before, because that was god awful.
Hawkeye's a badass, man.
Huh?
He's a fucking badass.
He's a badass. It needs to be like, yeah. Do you watch any of the Marvel stuff, Voctor?
Oh yeah, I love Marvel.
Like somebody put a picture of look at yesterday's Avengers and look at today's Avengers, and today's Avengers had American Chavez and Jane Austen's Jane Foster's Thor and She-Hulk, and I'm thinking to myself, hold on, for a start, none of these people have been certified as today's Avengers. And Jane Foster is dead, so she's definitely not coming back as Thor. So as far as we know it, and then they tell me, well, these people they've just been shoehorned in. They haven't had a chance to flesh themselves out. And I said to them, hold on once again. Hawkeye had the most tiny ass cameo in Thor before he was in the first Avengers movie. Captain America and Thor also had one movie for themselves before they were in the Avengers movie. Black Widow was a second tier character in Iron Man 2, and also the Hulk only had one movie, and he was played by Edward Norton. So apart from Tony Stark, everybody else only had one film or had a small role in the movie before they were in the Avengers, and so that can't be an excuse either. It's just I personally believe that some of these new Avenger characters are not that great personally for other reasons. I don't think they've been well characterized. I don't think they've been fleshed out too well. Like for instance, the way they've done with She-Hulk, they made her so fourth wall breaking. I don't like the idea of her being in the Avengers because of that. It just doesn't, like, she's a fourth wall breaker. I don't want a fourth wall breaker. We already got that in Deadpool. I don't want that in She-Hulk as well.
Yeah, the thing is, we've got like the Avengers. You've got like your fucking Black Panthers. You've got your Winter Soldier, you've got Sam Wilson, and there's others that are coming. Wonder Man is on the way, and I'm sure at some point we'll get the X-Men.
Who's around now, right now, who can be in the Avengers? In my opinion, you have Stephen Strange. Who could be in the Avengers?
Stephen Strange could lead it.
You could have Bucky.
Captain America.
You could have Bucky in there.
Sam Wilson, Bucky.
You
You
can have
got
Bucky,
Vision. You know.
Oh, I'm
Vision's
not sure
still
about
around.
that. No, but Vision hasn't been. He's at the moment. He's in this grey area at this moment. He hasn't
Well,
been
it's White
certified.
Vision. He was White Vision in the comics, and he was still in the Avengers.
Yeah, you could have War Machine. You know.
Yeah. You got War Machine.
The one I missed most of all these characters is Quicksilver.
Yeah, I was surprised when they killed him off. And
Played Quicksilver. The way he played Quicksilver was fucking amazing. I loved every second of it.
Well, he's a good actor, Aaron Taylor Johnson, as well.
That scene in the laboratory where he disarms people and makes bullets go the wrong way.
Oh, you're talking that Quicksilver. Yeah, it was great.
That was
Evan
fucking
Peters.
See, that's the X-Men. That's not the MCU yet.
Pushing the bullet and
Yeah, that's a different. That was a different universe. That was different studio as well. Yeah. I mean, they could bring him back. Yeah, they could bring him back.
Well, he's
Ralph
Ralph Boner, isn't he? They could somehow give
Yeah,
him, and he had the powers of Quicksilver under Agatha Harkness's spell. In WandaVision. Wanda herself, she could be if they made her a good guy again.
Hi, Cheeto.
Hey.
Yeah.
You guys are talking Marvel. I'm like, hey, it's my time.
Yeah. We're all in film and TV now.
Well, we just because I said I saw that stupid picture of look at this woke Marvel.
Yeah, well, and
Avengers.
I was in the comments saying, first off, it wouldn't be America Chavez. It would be Sam Wilson's Captain America. First off,
yeah,
you're right. Jane Foster Thor is dead, so it's like it would just be regular Thor, or I don't even want him really in the Avengers anymore.
Well, I wouldn't mind him being like the one remaining original, because I think everyone else, maybe
We've still
Hawkeye
got
could
Hulk.
come back.
Hulk's still around as well. We've got Hulk.
Hulk. I mean, I look at Hawkeye as retired, like Captain America, but he could come back. You got Hulk, yeah. So you got 3 out of the 6.
Yeah, Mark Ruffalo said he's still happy to do more because he likes the paycheck.
I was about to say, like, money.
Money.
Yeah, he's happy to do all my other projects.
I mean, he did a decent Hulk, actually.
It was great.
I thought it was better than Norton, but he brought back the nerdiness of what Hulk, what Bruce Banner was. And so and obviously once Bruce and Hulk became Professor Hulk, he became basically Bruce Banner with confidence, which is what I like, which was a good arc for his character. I'm actually a big fan of Professor Hulk. I like where the Hulk character's gone, but obviously some people want him to be the raging, mindless monster again, which I'm okay if he happens to fall into that mindset now and again, but I would still like him to maintain his Professor Hulk.
Yeah, he's kind of the Avengers version of Beast, the blue guy from X-Men.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, him and Ant-Man.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another one. There's another one who could be part of the Avengers, like the current Avengers, like the new stable, the new Core 6. Ant-Man,
Ant-Man's been around.
Actually, I'd rather have Wasp, truth be told.
Even though he's kind of a doofus.
That's why I'd rather have Hope. I'd rather have Hope's Wasp because she's way more competent and she's I think way better. I loved her in Ant-Man and the Wasp. I know like you guys didn't like the movie per se, but like I loved like Evangelical Lily's performance in that. That's one of the highlights of that movie for me. And like her just going in and kicking ass as the Wasp was just awesome.
Let's not forget Spider-Man.
Screw Spider-Man. He's not an event. I hate calling him an Avenger. I've always hated calling him an Avenger.
But he can be part of it. Like if they need to.
Daredevil. Luke Cage will probably come back as well.
Yeah, I like Daredevil because I've been a fan of Daredevil ever since I read the first comic with Daredevil back in like 70 something. But he's not an Avenger.
Well, he's coming out March. Daredevil Born Again is going to be coming out next year now, March 20.
I actually love the TV series, except for the whole not getting into the suit thing for a long time, which kind of ruined
season 1.
Because for me, Daredevil is the Red dark red suit where he looks like a devil.
The thing is,
though,
he was
Vox,
doing the Frank Miller run where that was the outfit. So the outfit he was wearing at the beginning of the first season, that was the kind of Frank Miller run where it was just basic black with the thing.
Also, what's the name of Charlie Cox? The actor Charlie Cox, the suit they made for Charlie Cox, I personally think didn't compliment him that well. I thought the black suit, his like sort of street vigilante suit, was much complimented him much better than the actual Daredevil suit. If anything, the Daredevil suit he wore in She-Hulk looked a lot better on him than the red suit he wore in the Netflix series. I thought that suit was awful. It just didn't look good on him at all.
Actually, I disagree with you completely. I thought Daredevil looked good in the red suit. The red
suit, right? Yeah,
the red suit is the
Everyone
yellow
has
one was just
It
you can't
was
pull
more-
off a mustard color. Like I mean,
it was more the mask. I mean, like it was the mask. I just didn't think the mask complimented him in the way that it should. I just didn't like the look of it. It didn't look right. Overall.
The thing that bothered me about the TV series was that even when he wore the Daredevil mask, he was unshaved. In the comic books back in the day, he was always clean shaved. Always. He never like a bum who just fell out of bed.
that's only because the animators just didn't want to put all the little in the comics. Didn't want to put all the little. Scruff. They didn't want to do the scruff.
Lazy bastards. Also, as Matt Murdock, that he was this clean-shaven, do-goody scout, Boy Scout thing. Also, as a lawyer.
Because lawyers are good.
About him that he was in daytime, he was this mild-mannered, very smart lawyer who did a lot of good work, pro bono work and shit. And in the nights, he beat the living crap out of bad guys. I kind of that was my thing with the Daredevil. Also, that he was not really a superhero because he was not super strong.
He was more of a vigilante, just
street
level vigilante.
Just like Batman was in what was it, in the 70s, I think, in the comic books, where Batman was also kind of a loner vigilante type more than he was that 1960s Batman thing that I never liked.
Batman, Adam West.
Batman has always been a loner. He's never ever worked with other people ever.
No.
So dark and broody. I mean, they literally coined the phrase "Bat Family" because of him.
and then the Justice League as well. Let's not forget those guys. Yeah. So
Robin, where Robin turns into Nightwing, was actually very good because even though that the guy who played Bruce Wayne in it, you never see him in a Batman, you only see him as Bruce Wayne, is totally wrong casted. But the Batman that he represented was the Batman I know and love, the Psycho, the guy who's fucking sick in his head with all the grief from his parents and fucked up childhood and everything. And actually he was kind of a psychopath in a way. That's the Batman I like, the dark
Batman
one.
is a complete psychopath. I mean, who dresses up as a fucking bat and beats up the downtrodden? You know what I mean? It's a complete nut job.
Also, by the way, Thomas Vogter, you mentioned Daredevil, like he always had the scruff, but he should be clean shaven. A funny thing is, Indiana Jones, when he was the professor, he was always clean shaven. The moment he put that fucking hat on, the guy's got a 5 o'clock shadow, and it just came out of nowhere. He's having dinner with these Indian guys in Temple of Doom. Okay, time to go treasure hunting now. Put the hat on. Just comes out. I know.
Superpower activated the graph.
Welcome, Richard Roy. He said he also liked the Daredevil Netflix series, that and Jessica Jones.
Oh, Jessica Jones! Oh my God, I love that.
Listen, have you guys seen the image of her jewel hair?
No.
No.
They put out an image. Kristen Ritter put out a image of her with purple hair, like that purple, like.
Jewel.
Yeah.
Because I love the way she plays Jessica Jones. I only read a couple of the comics back in the day of Jessica Jones, and I liked them for more reasons than one. But one of the things I love is the way she plays Jessica Jones. She has this like thing going on. You know, there's only one woman on one person on the planet that can roll her eyes like that, and that is her. There is this meme around where she rolls her eyes like they're almost falling down the back of her neck. Fucking amazing, and she has something.
What was the name of that show? Was it the bitch from next door or something like
Well,
that?
she was in Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad, but she was in a show that
23.
That's it, the bitch in Apartment 23 or whatever it's called. That was such a great show that should never have got cancelled.
In that one too.
She was brilliant.
Yeah.
That was the breakout role. That's what made her famous.
Yeah.
That role.
But I
Completely
really
different from Jessica Jones. It's like chalk and cheese.
Yeah.
Completely different.
Totally.
Well, have you seen
that we only guys here? There's probably some women watching, so I'm sorry for being kind of a sexist for a short while. The way she wears her jeans when you watch her from the back when she's walking, holy mama! I've always been a fan, but holy fucking crap in those jeans! I can just go like. I sometimes freeze it just to sit there and gawk her ass.
And I've got to complain about X-Men 97. Damn it, that I didn't think of. Where was Rogue's ass? I mean, come on now, animators.
It's animated, man. Just
I don't care.
We were
Where was
robbed,
Rogue's
bro.
ass? We were robbed of that, man.
Get out your Sharpie.
We got bondage Magneto, but we did not get Rogue's ass.
Listen, pause it. Get out your Sharpie, and then just start, making
that thing. Yeah,
we didn't get Rogue's ass, man. I'm still devastated. I'm like, how am I going to sleep tonight?
You know, in the credits when you see them like all spinning around and you see the attributes, I thought, okay, I'm going to wait for Rogue now so we can get a look at her ass. And by that time, they've already cut away. They don't give you a chance to get to Rogue. The fuckers.
Outrageous.
We got robbed.
But this info here is like the 2024 viewership data for Disney shows Echo getting twice as many views as X-Men 97. I mean, first of all, X-Men 97 is a lot more niche and less mainstream than.
But I hear everybody talking about it. I don't
Yeah.
understand how that is.
Well, this
They're
is this
talking
is the thing.
positively,
So,
that's why.
This just shows you. So instead of the general public kind of talking about it, now you've got the fans echoing it. But here's what I don't understand about the viewers: is this the viewers in just the States? Because the reason I say that is because it's so popular. It was so popular here in the UK that the Guardian fucking wrote an article about it. The Guardian. It was in a Guardian newspaper here. They're saying how did this come to be one of the best shows of 2024 and all this kind of shit. And it's honestly it's a bit disheartening that the viewership is low, but it's not stopping them from greenlighting more because the buzz that is generated now should hopefully bring in more viewers next time.
Andor was the same, wasn't it? I think.
What?
Andor was the same. Like it was.
Andor was the same.
It was a really popular show, but the views were shockingly low on that, which was unfortunate.
I liked Andor. I would have loved to see a lot more of that. Actually.
Yeah, season
season 2's coming.
Ooh. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
But that's going to be the final season. Season 2. It's only 2 seasons. So.
Yeah, it's just before it finishes, just where Rogue One kind of
starts
around there. But
it's now we're talking about Star Wars. That my son is an avid Star Wars fan because he's been watching Star Wars since before he could even mutter a word. Thanks to me, of course. And he's become a Star Wars fan that knows more things about Star Wars than anybody else I know, even the most hardcore Star Wars fan, because my son is also a bit of a nerd. And he is the kind of Star Wars fan that wants more Jedis and less all the other shit.
Really?
And I want more of the other shit, and the Jedi play a role, not being the main stay of the story.
Focus. Yeah.
Here's my response to that.
Yeah. The only one
I agree with you, Voctor.
actually like of all the Jedis is the only one I actually where I really think this is a fucking awesome Jedi, and she's not even part of the lore. Is
I
Ahsoka.
haven't, Richard.
Ahsoka is not part of the lore, but she's still one of the most badass Jedis that I like. I like
She's
her.
part of the lore.
She's a part of the law now. They shoehorned her in. I mean,
But she wasn't original.
no. But the thing is, though, originally no. But as they expand on it, then things become lore and they intertwine it. You know, they retcon and all of that. Like Darth Maul, he was supposed to be dead after Episode 1, but he was so popular they brought him back. But in my opinion, I wanted Ray Park back, not a fucking animated version. But they gave us the animated version instead. You know, he was popular because Ray Park made him popular by being this amazing martial artist badass.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, we only got Ray Park in a tiny cameo in Solo, and even then he wasn't kicking ass because he was just sitting on a chair.
He stood up.
Did he?
Yeah, he stood up towards the
Okay,
end.
fair
And
enough.
that when you could see his robot legs. And,
Yeah, and all of that.
so he did more than just sit there. He stood.
Okay.
And he showed his lightsaber.
And he did. He
In
put his
case you know who he
lightsaber out.
was.
Shing, shing, sparkle, sparkle.
He showed his red rocket.
That's it. Okay. We're going to finish off with some gaming stuff as well. Cool Mama. Did we get a hell of a surprise that came out of nowhere? Assassin's Creed Shadows came about, and this is the Assassin's Creed that everyone's been waiting for. Assassin's Creed in Japan. And Zam hit us. Yeah. Zam hit us with a video on the pricing.
To when it comes out, though, say.
That's it. And and of course with Ubisoft, they're not too far off controversy. So one of the controversies was that it, as a single player game, it was always online. I think have they walked that back now, Jose? Did you
The
say?
community is like, we're not going to do that because we realize we fucked up. But to your point, though, Ginger, because I watched your video, which was excellently made, by the way, it's going to be laden with microtransactions. It's going to be broken and buggy at launch. You're going to see stuttering, glitches. The game's not going to work. It's probably going to crash. And
like a Nerd 2 podcast. Okay.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think what's going to end up happening is like, if you're crazy enough to support Ubisoft, I said this on my video on my own channel, wait this shit out. Like, wait one entire year. It'll be a lot cheaper. But I don't think I'm going to get this one because I'm like, why? I've got Ghost of Tsushima. I got Rise of the Ronin.
Exactly. Rise of the Ronin.
That's another one. Yep. Yep.
Well, this game is
remember
also.
it. God damn it.
When I did my video on it,
One second.
When I did my video on it, I think the most expensive edition mentioned that you get 5 skill points. Then which obviously means that this game is going to be RPG based, which is going to be more like Origins and Odyssey, where you rank up your player.
Mhm.
And so it's going to have a lot of bulk. It's going to have a lot of things to do, a lot of grinding as well. Unfortunately, which is not necessarily ideal because you want variety. Now, I've heard some interesting things regarding the changing of the seasons and environments and stuff like that, but I'll see it when I believe it, how that affects your abilities. Like if it's cold, then there'll be icicles and stuff like that, and you might walk along some steps and the icicle breaks, and then that brings somebody. That'll bring attention to yourself, or certain times of the day regarding the sunlight and stuff. When you're being the stealth character, that might affect how you approach stealth and all of this regarding the light and the shadows and all of that sort of stuff. Fair enough, but regarding the game itself, 5 skill points. I'm not happy about that they're making it RPG based. That's not good. But I really want to talk about is the character of Yasuke, because a lot of people are really losing their shit over a black samurai, and I've been debating people on social media over this, because you would think a game where you have the Apple of Eden, where Adam and Eve were part of the first civilization, where you have aliens that created us, where you had the Greek gods and Nordic gods who are also aliens as well. You know,
By the way,
you have
stolen
all
from the MCU.
yeah,
Yeah.
you have all of these
Yeah.
all of these things. All of these things that are not real, and all these histories, these details in history that are not fictional. And even though Yosuke is apparently a real person, but there is an argument whether he was a samurai or not. People are fucking losing their shit because there's a black samurai. And there's one Japanese person apparently said, "Oh, I'm not getting my representation," but you are, because there's a Japanese person in the game who happens to be a woman, but she's a ninja. But regardless, she's there. You know, it's not really about representation. You know, like people in the Caribbean, they had a fucking Welshman in Edward Kenway. Ezio went to Turkey in Revelations. You know, there was no Turkish representation for a fucking assassin in that particular game. It's not a big deal when it comes to fiction, the fictional history, which has been every Assassin's Creed game. You know, with magic and aliens and weapons that make you lose your minds and shit like that. It's not, you know, you had Leonardo da Vinci making gadgets for the Brotherhood. That never fucking happened. So it's not a big deal that there's a fucking.
You weren't
black
there. You
samurai.
don't know.
You weren't there. You don't know what's up.
There's no Templars, no Brotherhood. All of this shit. Look. They even say in every game when you start it up that this is not actual history. This is fictional history. You know. So
I do want to comment on and even for people who argue that, like I did my research on it. Like there were African Americans in Japan in the 15th and 16th centuries because they were brought over as slaves from the European nations.
Yeah.
So I think there's an opportunity here to tell a really good story about this, you know, about a European slave who's gotten free, not taught himself, but like
African slave, you mean?
Huh?
African slave.
Well, no, he was a European, like he was a slave of the Europeans.
Yeah, but he was a black guy.
No, I know he's a black. Okay, he is owned by the Europeans. He is a black man owned. Yes, a slave that is. Okay, god damn it.
Yeah.
Okay. D Jose's down there like, man, he's taking my representation out of his explanation.
Man, damn it, shut up.
I mean, we all know Sam is the only dark-skinned person here, so I mean,
I know what you were talking about, man. I'm just you mentioned European slaves. You mentioned you call a black guy a European slave. What, you know? From
he is a
library.
Slave to
European.
Yes, slave to the Europeans.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a slave.
And the joke I was making was a couple weeks ago when you sat there and said, "Oh, as one of the only brown person here," and like D Jose's like literally sitting on the screen below you.
I'm sure if you look at what I said, I might not have said it that way, but
no, you literally
said
that way. I'm being racist again. God.
D Jose was there. I know you didn't want to believe he was there, but he was there.
I was there.
But anyway, okay. Long story long.
Hang on. Cheeto, you carry on, and then we'll go to you.
But anyway, they have a chance to tell a good story about a black slave owned by the Europeans, gets free, learns the ways of the Ronin, or whatever, or samurai, or whatever he's going to be in the game. And you have a good chance, but it's actually historically accurate. There were African Americans in Japan at that point because of slavery. So it's like it would be a real that harkens back to like Adewale in Black Flag, which is one of my favorite assassins, and I was so freaking mad that he really didn't get his own game. You know what I mean? Like I thought his story was so much better than Kenway.
He got a game. He got
no, he got like a sub game. Like
he got a spin off.
It was like you were there, but you
Freedom Cry. Yeah,
he should have got his own game. It should have been at least like one of those 20-hour games. But my thing is like, okay, here's what I want to talk about: the price point. I'm like, are we really going to pay $110 to $130 or $140 after taxes? No, why?
$160 in Canada.
God.
$160 in Canada, man. Canadian dollars. Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, I'm not. I'll probably wait till it goes down in price.
I am too. Yeah.
But like these other editions, what they offer you is very artificial. Like these are not things that warrant spending that sort of money. And like I said before, you're paying when it comes to the gold edition, which is the middle edition, you're paying £35 more for a season pass. £35 more.
Remember when it used to be? Remember when 85 was the normal for that, and then 100 was when it would max itself out? What the fuck,
man? Even that's too much,
guys. Inflation.
Inflation's a bitch.
Yeah, the digital media, it costs more to release digital media nowadays. So inflation.
But my point is that a season pass
So that's
is not,
basically 820 krona for a game plus a season pass.
God.
Yeah, but my point is that like a full game, and a season pass. The season pass would probably give you maybe 20-30% more gameplay, if that, and they want to charge you more.
Pass would just give you some skins.
But maybe a few extra missions and stuff like that.
I think it has a few extra missions on it, but still not worth $35.
Not worth more than 50% of the original game price.
If you had kept it, I think we could all agree if you had kept it out at $80, like for the full fucking thing, I don't think anyone here would have an issue with that. Because if it was like 60 for the base
I
or
have an issue
75,
with that.
you would take an issue with that. Of course you would. Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, I'm pissed that they don't decrease the price when you get the digital release because they're not paying anything. Like you should get it $10 cheaper because they don't have to distribute it, ship it, use any kind of physical media or anything like that. It's digital.
Yeah.
Like,
and here's the thing too, Ubisoft, it's yours.
This is where we need big government to intervene. If in my opinion, because if you're selling it for a price that if the digital price is similar to the retail price, that should not be legally allowed.
In
my opinion,
It should be 30% cheaper than physical.
Yeah, digital should be 30% cheaper. Yeah,
there's no overhead. It's just a code that you transfer, and that's it. This is bullshit.
And here's the thing. And here's the thing, Ubisoft, from all of us. Fuck you. We're gonna own your damn game if we want to own your damn game. You greedy bastards. I hate you for fucking saying, well, you should get comfortable for not owning your games. Fuck you. I'm going to own your damn game. And if people are going to pirate your fucking game, you don't get to sit here and complain. So shut up.
Listen, this is why I own physical media. Because I can display it. This is all physical media right here. I'm not going to sit here and put N6, my original Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Like, you know what? Like, I can't put a digital code up on my shelf. Like,
no.
Do you have a Rumble
when it comes
pack?
to games and special edition Blu-rays, I have to own it.
Yeah,
I
gotta own it.
Gotta own it. Not everything, just games for sure, because I don't trust these fucks. That's why. Like, and what pisses me off as well is, so when we had the twins' birthday last week, obviously we're now slowly introducing the Nintendo Switch and all this kind of stuff. So my brother goes out and gets a couple of games, and it's just a code to download the game. So it's just like, okay, that's fucking great. So I don't have a physical copy. So it's stuck now just to this Switch. Can't move it around. Can't transfer it to anyone else's Switch. It's just stuck to my account, and that's it. And I'm like, that's such bullshit.
Yeah, I
That's
bought
he's got the box. He had to buy the box, but in that box was just the code.
The code, yeah. I got a question. Go ahead,
Dizzy Dream Night Valley. I bought that for my daughter. It just can't, like, I honestly thought it because it came with the case and everything. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get a thing. No, it was a digital code, and I'm like, wait a minute, I bought it, and I specifically bought it that way because I thought it was going to be a physical copy.
Yeah,
and then it came and it had a code inside the case, and I'm like, what the bullshit ass monkey is this?
Okay, here's the thing too. What are people's thoughts about online being required to download the fucking game? Because that's another thing people are in uproar about. People
There's
are
always
mad.
patches in it.
Yeah,
Always,
and I'm like, this is nothing new. We've had patches since like 2008 in fucking
No,
every video
it's not
game
that.
ever.
It's that the disc.
It's the
like,
disc
a lot
can't
of
hold
companies,
everything.
The disc is like 15 meg.
Yeah.
Big. So when I bought Modern Warfare 3 a couple of weeks ago, the disc basically just activated the game. It had already downloaded completely onto my PlayStation.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like an activation key, basically, because the game was ready to go. When I bought it, because I downloaded it to play like the free weekend, the game was all completely installed. So I put the disc in, and there was nothing else to download. So you're literally buying a disc, a physical disc, for no fucking reason other than to just activate a game. But it's all just completely downloaded onto a computer online. That's fucked up.
Yeah. I can see the outrage because
If you're out in the wilderness and you just want to put in a game and play it, you can't.
Yeah, I can see the outrage, but to be honest, where were we 15 years ago when they started making this shit happen? Because we've had patches in fucking video games since like 2008, and the internet pretty much has been required since then for most of the shit we have now. So I'm like, why are we kind of upset about that?
I know with patches and stuff, I don't mind. How else are they going to update the game? But no, what Ginger's saying is like he literally had the whole game was downloaded over the internet, and literally there was what do you say, a couple megabytes of data on the disc.
So last year's Call of Duty was a 15 megabytes on a disc.
Okay.
This year's it's just an activation key. So there's literally nothing on the disc other than when it spins, it reads the data to activate the game. That's it.
Why the fuck are we? I could see why more people are like, preserve physical media.
If I didn't have the internet, I can't play. I can't play these games on single player. I can't do anything with it.
GTA 5 was 2 discs back in the day on the PlayStation 3.
Give me 15 discs. I don't care. I just want to own it.
Yeah,
I want to own it because it's yours. If I don't have
even now today, you don't want 15 discs, Cheeto. Surely not.
I'm being a bit facetious, but I mean,
even 2 discs, you don't want that. You don't want to be swapping discs.
No, if it was
I want the physical copies. I want the
physical copy. Yeah, I'm fine with that, but you surely only want 1 disc for that.
Now, if it was Final Fantasy,
it depends on how much room you have. How much room does an actual Blu-ray disc have? I don't remember.
If it was Final Fantasy, this motherfucker would be getting like 20 discs. If it was Final Fantasy, and you know he would, Cheeto would be owning every single disc, and he'd be like, "All right, I'm going to go through everything."
So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has 150 gigs to it. So yeah, and they even said it was supposed to be 2 discs. So I was being facetious about the 15 disc thing, but I'm just saying, like, I don't care if it has that many. I want to own my game. I want to own. What? Go ahead, Jen.
I grew up with the Amiga, mate. Every 2 minutes, you had to pop in a new disc, and we didn't give a shit.
Listen, Wing Commander had a couple games that had like 3 or 4 discs to it.
Exactly.
No, I was the same.
Own the whole game. I don't need online. That's my point. I don't mind like going online to do updates and all this kind of shit, but it's like Hitman, like the game Hitman. Vocta, yeah.
I own Elite Dangerous.
Nice.
It has
a classic.
400 billion star systems. It is impossible for it not to be online. That is an enormous database. And
there are games that are supposed to be online.
But Elite Dangerous was the MMO, though. It was a
MMOs are different.
Yeah,
it's different if it's an MMO. I'm talking about just single player games.
But you can play it in solo.
Yeah, you can play solo.
But you can play it without interacting with other players, so you don't have to do PvP because
that's nice. I love that
game that I ended up not playing. I ended up playing it in solo mostly because I got tired of being ambushed like 5,000 light years away from the nearest base and had to do that travel all again when I was exploring. The game has changed over the last couple of years. There's been a new update recently, and I don't know what to think about it because the thing I always miss in a game like Elite is me being able to build myself a base on some desolate planet and make it my home. You know what I mean? And have a place where people can come and buy and sell goods with me as the merchant, so to speak, so I can lure people in and make them give me things for money or whatever, so I can build a bigger, better base with defenses and stuff like that. That's the only thing I miss in Elite Dangerous, actually, because I was never for builder games, like the one I'm playing currently is Space, what is Planet Crafter, which is actually an indie game, pretty primitive graphics and stuff, but it's fun. It's fun to build this base and do the exploring and terraforming and all that. I've been doing a lot of building games the last 10 years or so, and what I miss in Elite Dangerous is that to be able to build my own base and have my I have a place they call home.
Yeah.
It's out of 400 billion stars, and I don't know
tried No Man's Sky.
Yeah, if you try No Man's.
No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
all
was very disappointed with
either.
that.
I mean, I like the graphics, and I also like the ability to build bases and stuff. But the flying mechanics.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
that's fair.
it's dangerous because it's a simulator. It simulates how
But
it
you
is.
get more. You do more stuff in space as well. That's the problem with No Man's Sky. Like the space stuff was really minimal and crap. Like it was more to do with landing on planets and doing shit on planets. Well, I really wanted this more Star Wars elements of dogfighting in space, which you very very rarely got. And even then, when you did do it, it wasn't that great anyway. And your ships were limited. Like like your weapons as well, like lasers and rockets. Like, oh, come on, give me some more variety. Give me homing missiles. Give me just a unique set of selection of
all that.
whatever it may be, a tractor beam so I can hold them in, and then maybe or an EMP or something like that. Maybe to take them out, slow them down, like tactical weapons.
The first Heat back in 1984, I got from my Commodore 64, had homing missiles. I fucking loved them.
The original Elite was ridiculous what they managed to fit.
In 84,
Captain Blood. Do you guys remember that as well?
I remember that. Yeah, that's old school.
Oh, and that was a space game, but you do travel to different stars. I mean, you could travel to different star systems and you find nothing there. You have to get the exact coordinates, in order to to continue the gameplay and stuff like that. It was really cool, very complicated for me at the time. I never finished it.
Starfield is all right. Starfield, it gets hate, but it's not great. But it's just it's okay.
Fallout in space.
The problem with Starfield, Star Citizen is, it seems to me like being almost kind of a fraud.
Star Citizen.
They are hauling in.
Starfield. This is different.
Yeah.
This is pathetic.
But everybody, there's been a lot of talk about the new version, the latest version of Star Citizen. I've seen a lot of videos about it, and it should be consolidating itself more as a real game instead of being like a demo. But the whole thing with the way they financed the shit, and never really gotten into doing a real game. They started at the same time as Elite Dangerous collecting money. Elite Dangerous was finished in 2014 and was a full-fledged game already at 2014, even though many features came later, like engineers and being able to walk on planets, stuff like that, just came very much later. But, I mean, it was a full-fledged game. Star Citizen is not yet, and they have like 10 times the money to do shit.
And they charge you 10 times the money to buy shit as well. Like,
that too.
I think there was like a pack that cost $10,000 or something stupid like that.
One of the newest things in Elite Dangerous is actually you can now, for real money, buy an equipped ship that is already, have expensive weapons, engines, jump things, and so forth, which pisses me off because, I mean, I was grinding in that game for like 5 years just to get to the point where I could actually buy myself the biggest.
Damn. A guy really spent that much. I'm not surprised though. At the same time, to see that.
Well, here's the thing about Star Citizen. It was actually created by the same guy who created Wing Commander. But yes, it has taken him over a decade, and it's still not actually released. So I don't know if I call it a scam
because it's making him money even as a beta. People are still donating money, and it's got its own little ecosystem now. It's making money. So it's not. I'm just gonna keep it.
Shit.
Well, just keep it in beta and just keep improving it. I mean, because they are improving it. They do keep making updates to it.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about what's going to be coming to Game Pass? Fucking hopefully.
Go for it.
Call of Duty may finally be making its way to Game Pass this year, which means that now Microsoft can hope that by 2030, Ginger won't have to eat a salad, because I think if Microsoft doesn't make $50 million Game Pass subscribers by 2030. Ginger's going to have to eat a salad for the first time on stream.
God damn it, I'm going to eat a salad, aren't I?
Yep, it's going to be the most
They're not going to
entertaining
get the
thing.
numbers of Call of Duty. They're just not, because like Xbox has lost a lot of numbers of Call of Duty players because, number one, not many people have the Xbox console. Number two, the cheating is rampant, and the player base was so low on Xbox that you had to do crossplay. You couldn't turn it off like you can on PlayStation, which meant you're lumbered with all the PC cheaters.
Yeah.
Well, if it becomes, if it does go on Game Pass and it does start bolstering numbers, then okay, that's a win-win. That's good. That's good for Xbox, but I can't see it happening. I think people are still just gonna.
I think it's going to be a short-term thing. Like, you'll see numbers go up for maybe a month or two, but it's not going to hold them over. That's what I think is going to happen. And what also is going to suck is for people that buy the bundles, because I don't. The bundle prices are most likely going to go up if this actually happens. And I'm like, good on you guys. If you guys want to waste, $200-$300 on Battle Pass and all that, have at it. I'm like, I'm just going to get the first season pass that comes with it, because that's about what I do, and that's it. Other than that, I don't put any money into the game.
I apart from the first 4 battle passes, I've had every single one when I've played Call of Duty. Never spent a penny of my own money.
Yeah.
On anything, because I accumulated enough points, and then once you buy the battle pass, you get coins within that. So it's just this
never-ending cycle.
Never-ending cycle. And currently I've got Snoop Dogg, so I'm fucking happy.
Yeah, I've got him and I've got Cheech and Chong. I'm like, that's all I wanted. I wanted those 3. I didn't care about anybody else. I'm like, give you Snoop, give you Cheech, give you Chong. Let me kill some motherfuckers. And
the fresh bag.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
I love having Snoop. But
and also,
I mean,
go ahead.
Sorry, go on. No, go on.
I was gonna say also in gaming news, I want everyone's predictions here, because I'm gonna have a little bet going. Okay, I say November of 2026 to December 2028 for GTA 5. So everybody here is going to give their window. That's what I want. I want everybody here to give their window as to when GTA 6
say
is coming
either
out.
November 2026 or March 2027.
Okay.
March 2027. Wow.
Yeah, because you know what Rockstar like. They're always delayed. They're saying it's coming out November 2025.
It's
but
not.
I doubt it.
It's not. Yeah.
I can't see it coming out at a period where it's not close to Christmas. So I'm going to give Rockstar the benefit of the doubt and see if they finally fulfill their words and not delay the game and say, yeah, it's going to come out next year on the 25th.
Okay.
Sorry, on 2025. I'm going to give them that benefit of the doubt.
All right.
Okay.
November 2025.
Fans have an issue with any cross-play game they bring to PC. They're quite well. That's because Sony. So here's the funny thing with Sony. Sony makes a fuckload of money off of your data, and that is why they want you a PSN network account, even if you're playing on PC, which was the cock up they did with Helldivers, and. With Helldivers, obviously they rescinded that, but in the other countries where PSN accounts just don't exist, they've completely pulled the game from there. So they did that with Ghost of Tsushima as well, and they just shot themselves in the foot. And the thing is like, people give Sony a break, but they're just as fucking stupid. But it proves, this whole Helldivers fiasco thing where you needed a PlayStation account just to play the game on PC. It proves you how valuable your data is to these companies. And that's where they make a shitload of money that they're not being honest about.
Yeah, because it's all about the algorithm. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And on that note as well, Square Enix is ending its PlayStation exclusivity now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
It was stupid that they did that in the first place. They've been disappointed with the sales numbers. So now they're going to be no more exclusives to Sony. They're going completely cross-platform on releases. And that's a good thing. There should be no third-party exclusivity ever.
I could speak for all of us, death to exclusivity, because I actually am fucking hyped if Microsoft games start rolling over to PlayStation. I fucking hope that this is going to start happening because I'm like, all I want is Forza. Forza is my favorite racing series. I want that, and if I could get that, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, for me, obviously the Gears of War games, if they can come on PlayStation 5, I'll be very happy. The only shooter I am truly good at. So yeah, bring it on.
Yeah, and just give me the Fable games on PC.
And speaking of what the fuck
on PC.
Speaking of where the fuck is Fable 4? Have they said anything about that yet?
Coming. Yeah, it's 2025. That's coming out.
Okay.
I want to show you something regarding gaming. This guy's got.
Oh yeah, let's go for it.
Check this out.
So quite like this. Techno's Pocket Go mashes an entire gaming PC into just a controller. And if you're looking for the screen, well, it's in the included AR glasses. The best part is that the glasses actually have the diopter adjustment. So I can take my glasses off. I don't need contacts. But think of all of the handheld consoles that have come out recently. But now you have an even bigger display, one that's not on the console itself, but one that's right here. And this is a huge display effectively because of the micro OLED displays that are in these lenses. The specs are a lot like an ROG Ally, but the Techno Pocket Go also allows you to hot swap batteries because the 50 watt-hour battery is removable. Portable gaming consoles are all the rage right now, but I think Techno has a really great take on it. You haven't seen a gaming console.
I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if I like that.
I think there is a future in that, just because the compatibility of it, that you've got your entire screen confined here, and everything else built into like a controller, or you can have like the console separate with the wire tied to the glasses and the controller like Bluetooth and all this kind of stuff. It's not going to be like a mainstream thing, but I do think it has legs, mainly in mobile gaming, if anything.
Well, you see how far we've come when it comes to these headsets. Like, I mean, that is just a pair of glasses. There was a time just 20, 30 years ago, you'd be wearing this gigantic thing. You think you're in fucking, what's the name of Professor X's Cerebro, and you've got that giant helmet on his head that he looks like fucking what's his name, the Thinker, and all of that sort of stuff. Like, that's what it was, and now look at it now. Now it's just a pair of glasses, and even then, I think it's gonna still be more streamlined than that. It might end up being, by the time we kick the bucket, it might end up being fucking contact lenses.
You never know.
Yeah, imagine that. And
or Elon Musk Neuralink.
No, none of us are doing that. I've actually asked Rick B, to do that first, but he loves him so much. Stick a chip in your head. Look, when it comes to like chips and all of that sort of stuff, there are ways of doing it that maybe will reactivate your limbs and all of that. I understand that, but to turn your head into a hard drive, I'm not for that whatsoever.
Yeah,
and especially from Elon Musk. Fuck off.
Yeah, not Elon Musk.
All the medical institution.
Anybody.
Yeah. I'll take it from Putin rather than fucking Elon Musk.
No shit, man.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna end it there unless anyone else has anything else to talk about.
Fuck P. Diddy. That's all I got to say about that.
Oh, fuck that guy. Yeah, the footage.
Amazing.
Yeah. What happened? So quickly remind me, like the new news on him.
Okay, so what P. Diddy did, to keep it short, he beat up an ex-girlfriend from like 8 years ago. It got settled out of court, and that came out today. The footage came out. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, so fuck him.
I can't play it on here because we'll probably
but like this Drake and this other dude, I have no idea who these two. I mean, I'm not down with the kids, so like I
don't know shit about today's rap music.
Yeah, apparently he's a nonce. I think Drake is, but
yeah,
Drake too often messages fucking. There you go. Thing is, Gary's posted the video in contributors. Vox, I'll send it to you if you want to see as well. I can't play it on here because
we're gonna get demonetized and taken down, and we don't want that.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Yeah, but the guy, like, he's hiding. He's not coming back to America, is he? Because he knows he'll get tried. So
he's done. He's done regardless. Video evidence now. Yeah, he's done regardless. It don't matter either way. He's done like dinner. It's over.
Wherever he is, I hope he rots. Simple as that. Right.
Yeah.
His dick
On that
hole.
note, yeah. On that note, guys, gonna end the stream there. I want to thank everyone that joined us. Vocta, lovely having you on. Some wonderful tangents, but it was good to hear from you. And on that note,
yes, it was.
We've got anything tomorrow?
In a week we've got a week from tomorrow we have the King and Queen of the Ring, so we're going to be here
King
for
and Queen of
that.
the Ring.
Yeah.
Maybe if you guys are interested in watching arguably the most anticipated boxing match of all time of Yuslev versus Tyson Fury, which is both undisputed and really two of the greatest boxers of this generation going at it. I mean, it really is a tough one to call who wins that match. You know, I'm no fan of Tyson Fury, you know, but regardless, it's just the fact that these two guys are the greatest boxers of this generation to know, and neither of them have lost. It could be worthy of doing a watch along for that.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
and okay, one last gaming thing. Undisputed finally announced that they're going to be coming out to consoles. Undisputed Boxing. I can't wait for that to come out in the next 6 months.
Okay, so there you go. Two boxing things. So, what time's the fight, Sam?
I don't know. Hopefully it's in. Let's hope it is. It's. I think it might be. Oh, let me find out what country it's in.
Yeah,
I think that's fundamental.
Shit, and then if I'm here and I'm available for that, I'll come and watch.
Let me just quickly tell you now. 1 second. I want Tyson. Oh, come on. Tyson Fury versus Usyk. I said Yuslev. What country is it in? Location.
Just type fight time.
It's in Riyadh.
Okay.
That's awesome. That means it's going to be in Saudi Arabia.
That's good. So that means we could all be able to watch the fight.
Maybe
11 p.m. UK time.
That'll be like 1, 2 in the morning their time. But fair enough. I'm cool with that. You know, 11 p.m. on a Saturday night. That's not too bad. You know.
Yeah.
I'm happy to watch that.
Well, it's better than if it was in the States, which is like usually 4 or 5
o'clock.
Oh,
yeah. We want it to be further east and west.
Yep, further east, yeah. Because then we could all watch the fight.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Cool. All right, then, guys. I'm going to kill it there. And thank you. Join us Sunday as well. We will do Doctor Who review and possibly boxing tomorrow. On that note, bye-bye, everyone. Ta-ta-ta.
The name is